Good afternoon, everyone. It's 4 o'clock, and as chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, I now call to order the May 27, 26 meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners.
And as the chairman of the Nash County Planning Board, I call to order the Nash County Planning Board to meeting.
Okay, I will give the invocation, and we will stand, and Commissioner Outlaw will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Heavenly Father, we come here today on bended knees and raised hands in the attempt to carry out the business of our county citizens, to do the business that need to be done for our Unified Development Ordinance and other business that might come before our board. We thank you for all the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for the rain that you have given our farmers. We thank you for the blessings that you have given all those who are doing well in Nash County. And we ask your mercy as you help those who need our help. We pray that you continue to bless the citizens of Nash County. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, welcome. And I will now call on Adam Tyson to introduce our main guest, Adam Culpepper.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I want to welcome both boards here, as well as all the members of staff and members of the public that we have. What we're here today to talk about is the county's Unified Development Ordinance. And that is the single document that contains all of the planning, zoning, subdivision, land development regulations for the unincorporated portion of the county. And when I say the unincorporated portion, that means any area of the county that is outside the control of one of our towns or cities. It's outside their municipal limits, and if they have an extraterritorial jurisdiction, it would be outside that as well. And so these are the rules and regulations for developing in the in-between areas, the more rural parts of Nash County. Our current ordinance, I believe, became effective in 1998, so it is overdue for revision. The main part of this process so far, well, let me back up. Because development doesn't stop while we pause to consider our ordinance, the county has hired a consulting firm, Withers Ravenel, to help us administrate and prepare this ordinance rewrite process. And so Adam Culpepper here to my left is going to be facilitating today's meeting. He is the planning director with Withers Ravenel. They're out of Raleigh. He has been leading a series of 5 steering committee meetings. We originally planned 4. We ended up holding 5 because we just had a lot of input and a lot of topics that we needed to cover. Those 5 steering committee meetings the steering committee itself consists of 3 members of the planning board, 3 members of the board of commissioners, and some staff advisors. And so the main point of tonight's meeting is for Mr. Culpepper to go through a list of recommended policy changes. These policy changes don't come out of nowhere. A lot of them come from our comprehensive land use plan that was adopted back at the end of 2022. And then some of them come from just repeated frustrations that people have expressed, whether those are elected officials, developers, members of the public. And so he's going to lead us through a series of recommendations that the steering committee has made. And the purpose of today's meeting is for him as the facilitator and the consultant, and for myself as the planning director, to determine whether both boards, or at least a majority of both boards, are on board, forgive the pun, with this list of policy recommendations. If we have a good outcome to this meeting and we are mostly together on our proposal, the next step will be in the month of June, we'll have a similar meeting to this with very similar material, but instead of just consulting the boards, at that meeting, we'll invite any member of the public, the development community, anybody can give input at that meeting. If in fact we find out today that we are widely off the target from what the two boards want, then that will require us to take a step back and recalculate. So we'll see where we stand at the end of tonight's meeting. After that meeting with the public, there will probably be a period of time where we have to review some documentation. This ordinance exists today in kind of a conceptual way. But before we get ready to adopt it, if I was a local land developer, I want to be able to read the actual language that's going to be enacted. So it's going to take a little time for the consultant to formulate that after he gets clear guidance, hopefully tonight. And then it'll have to be reviewed by my office. And so he's going to review our projected schedule. After the Q&A session we're going to hold with the public, I would say there is a possibility that we might pause for a little longer to review the documentation, because the only thing worse than an old ordinance is a hastily adopted ordinance. So we want to make sure we take enough time to get it right. With that, I want to pause and bring up Mr. Adam Culpepper. Mr. Culpepper, as I said, is a planning director with Withers Ravenel. He's also a former planner with Nash County's planning department. And when I hired him, my only reservation is that we were both named Adam. And now, all these many years later, we're still dealing with that. So, Adam, here you go.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you all for being here. Want to take a moment as we go through this kind of first bits of the presentation. Apologize if these, there we go. Talk through briefly what we're going to talk through with the agenda today, with the agenda within an agenda. Obviously, we're going to talk a little bit about the project schedule, as Mr. Tyson mentioned, and then the bulk of this is really talking through the UDO approach, summary recommendations, and that implementation action review. It's all of that kind of in one. What you guys have in front of you, we'll go through in just a moment. I want to go through a quick little thing to talk through our project team as well. We have a series of planners and landscape architects who have been engaged with Withers Ravenel through this project. Myself, Daniel Rao, one of our senior planners, Kaylee Gill, who some of you all have met at one of the steering committee meetings, and then Jennifer Nelson has been engaged working through all this stuff with us. We have not been sitting on our hands. I'll make sure that's clear. We're not going to sit there and start writing the ordinance now. It's all been working on in the background. We've been working through the organization and getting all that stuff taken care of, implementing a lot of the things that we have. Obviously, we keep it as a situation where it's track changes in the ordinance. So if something is disagreed upon in this or any of the other meetings, we can just make a modification. We're trying to make it as easy as possible and as clear as possible what we're modifying. This is a 1998 ordinance that has continued and worked very well for Nash County for all these years. The last thing we want to do is sit here and rewrite it from scratch and make all of you try to learn a brand new code. It's going to be reorganized, but it is a lot of the fundamental language is there. It's what we are going to talk about is what actually changes. So don't expect or think that we're trying to hide anything when the full document is released. You will have this, and the document I'll talk about in a second, and there'll be additional items written in there to say where those things can be found. So you're not having to flip through hundreds of pages of an ordinance. You can really get an understanding of what's actually going on. So the other thing I want to thank as part of the project team, because Withers Ravenel is just a small portion of this. Everyone that's here is a big part of that project team, and then specifically the steering committee that's been engaged. 5 steering committees is a lot. We went through a lot of topics. We talked at length on certain issues, and we quickly agreed on some other ones, which I always appreciated. But it was it was incredibly valuable for us to go through that process and get a good understanding of what's going on, what the concerns are. And I will try not to get too close to that mic while it's peaked up. As Tyson mentioned, the project schedule, there we go. So as we've been going through, obviously this was a kickoff in June. So we're getting close to that 1 year mark in this process. But you'll see that kind of long band in the middle of this table is that rolling preparation of UDO chapters where we're working on everything, doing the graphic design work to improve the imagery, and then that series of steering committee meetings that we were working through. The document that you all have before you, and I wanted to make sure you guys had something that you could walk away from here, take time to review as we're continuing this process. This is not the end all be all. Obviously, it still has to go to planning board, still has to go to the commissioners, and we still have a couple public meetings to introduce all this. But like I said, the last thing I wanted was something where I just dropped an ordinance in your lap and said, good luck, figure it out, read through, find the changes. This document serves as a continuation of the first document you guys had at the initial kickoff meeting, or just after the initial kickoff meeting, which was really the UDO approach. We listened to the concerns that you all had in our first joint kickoff meeting. We took everything that was listed in the land use plan, all the concerns that staff had, listed all of those things out, and then our team spent time to come up with what our plan of action was. How are we going to review this? How do we want to approach this? Generally what our recommendations might be. And then what we've done is included our implementation action. So that's that final bit, which is hard to read on this. Hopefully it's a little easier to read in the slides you have in front of you and in the document. But that is what's being changed, what was agreed upon by the steering committee. And we try not to sit there and put too much information where it is complicated to understand. We tried to shorten some of the language to be clear and concise because, as Mr. Tyson can attest, reading an ordinance is not the funnest thing in the world, but it has to be done. So the way I want to go through this is actually reviewing the implementation actions, the document you have in front of you, by article. And when I say by article, it's by the articles that we are proposing. A big portion of this was really simplifying, reorganizing, and improving the ordinance. Like I said, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel in all this. We're just trying to make the improvements that you all will feel and will address the concerns of yourselves and the citizens of Nash County. That is the key words that we tried to keep talking about through this. We wanted to make things simpler, easier to read, easier for the development community, easier for the general public to understand what's going on. So planning staff does not have to be constantly bugged with a question and a question and a question. It should be easy and simple for everyone to see, and it should agree with other standards, whether that be DOT or something like that. There shouldn't be something that mixes up. And we'll go through all that as we get through. The first thing in one of our general topics was obviously enhancing the graphics and visuals of the UDO. And the goal of this, obviously, there was some 1998 graphics in the ordinance or some very basic tables that were hard to read, or we recognized from my time on staff that they were not as clear as they needed to be, and an interpretation would have to be made in some situations. Or the graphic just was corrupted and failed years ago, like the parking standards. That was one that we had to make sure we redid. Now, obviously the steering committee supported this. I'm very happy they supported this, that we were taking this process and making the visuals better. The next, obviously, is improving the clarity and consistency of the development standards. Like I talked about, the development community and staff are the ones that are using this document constantly. And we want to make sure that it is clear and understood what has to be followed. It shouldn't be a situation where you have to remind someone they have to loop into two articles away and follow these standards for this use that's separate from this table somewhere else. We're trying to make sure the things that needed to be grouped together are grouped together. And again, the steering committee supported this, improvement of the ordinance, which is helpful on all our parts. So that's why we are moving this to a new article structure, grouping things the way we we'll be talking about. The general provisions, that article didn't change. Obviously, it will update the date of when this plan is adopted, but those standards are the standards. But immediately we jump into zoning districts and dimensional standards, and that is where we get into a lot of meat. We will have some lengthy sections of this that I want to go through. The first one, and why I wanted to bring it up very quickly, one of the things that was brought up in the land use plan was the potential removal and modification of the zoning districts to remove the higher density zoning districts. Obviously, that was something that was determined at the land use plan. I think has been felt in some situations that maybe those aren't in character with Nash County. There's the rural character that gets pushed through the land use plan routinely, but you will see the big warning label on this. The issue that we have come into is the same issue that a lot of municipalities, well, actually all municipalities in North Carolina have had to deal with. That 2 years ago now, almost 2 years ago, the state adopted Senate Bill 382, and I cannot for the life of me remember the state law number that it was. But what it did is it made a modification to the down zoning allowance for any zoning authority. A down zoning obviously is kind of an obscure term for people who aren't in this on a day-to-day basis. But to take an easy example, if you had a property that was RA15 or R15 and it was determined with a UDO update or a zoning map change that it needed to be downzoned to an R30 or R40, that R15 was too dense there. That would be a very clear downzoning. It's reducing the density allowances for that district or for that property, and there it turns into an issue of potential takings and things along those lines. There has, in the past, always been an allowance for zoning authorities to change the zoning map, make modifications, but this is something that basically stopped that across the board. And so we had to deal with that. We can't make too many changes. We can't do something that's going to immediately cause a zoning issue for a number of different properties. And we've had to take that into effect the whole way. So we didn't remove any districts. All the districts are there. All the names are the same. All the descriptions are the same. Those continue on through this whole process. But then we get into some interesting stuff. We had lengthy conversations where we started talking about, well, what about the lot allowances? What about the setbacks? And the first one of these is the increased setbacks based on NCDOT functional class. And your functional class is, your descriptors for the number of trips and the design standards for that road. So you'll see things like major thoroughfare, minor arterials, highways, things along those lines. And I think something that we all have kind of felt in Nash County, and myself as a Nash County resident, is you often run into a situation where you're on a 45, 55 mile an hour road and homes feel like they're built right up to the road. And with the concerns that were brought up in the past that we've heard in our discussion, what the steering committee recommended approval on was targeting a setback increase that was a tiered approach based on road classification. So it actually requires new development to be set back for minor arterials to be 100% increase. So it depends on the base zoning. So if it's 50-foot front setback, it would have to be 100. And then for major collectors, it's a 50% increase. So 50 to 75. So you keep that kind of standard. It just pushes homes a little bit further back, improves the safety, prevents the situations of vehicles driving too close, or in the worst case scenario, involved in some sort of an accident that goes towards a home. which obviously we want to try to find a way to prevent in any way, shape, or form. Now, Tyson, I'm not sure how you want to go through some of these, if we want to, at the end, kind of make a recommendation or pause and talk through these as if we agree or disagree.
I think as we get to each topic, it's natural to pause and see if the board members have any questions about it.
Yeah. So I'll jump, well, we'll start with this one. Does anyone have any questions about this? What kind of came of light of this? And I may call on some of the steering committee members to express some of their opinions, because I'm not the only one that was in that room, and I appreciate some backing of the members of the boards. So does anyone have any questions? If not, silence is perfectly acceptable to me.
I think you did a good job of articulating, why we need to consider some bigger front setbacks. So if they don't have any questions, it's because you did a good job.
All right, I'll take that. In the same vein, we talked about aligning lot width to NCDOT driveway standards. Obviously, an ongoing issue is just like homes too close to the road, is how repetitive and close driveways are along these thoroughfares. NCDOT bases their driveway standards, driveway separation standards, on the vehicle trips per day, or AADT, the average annual daily trips. What we decided as a group was to, again, tier the lot width standards to help increase the separation distances, ensure that the ordinance is matching DOT standards, so they're not coming to staff and hearing one thing, going to NCDOT and hearing another thing. And what we determined with this is vehicle or homes or subdivisions on roads that are greater than 1,000 cars per day would, less than 1,000 cars per day, would keep their typical 100-foot lot width. So, you're not changing the underlying zoning dimensional standards, but if you increase to a road that is 1,000 cars per day or more, that lot width would go to 200. And that is in line with NCDOT standards. Obviously, we don't want to have a situation where it is such a high traffic road that you are reaching those standards that you see on the table in front of you of 1,000-foot separation or 600-foot separation for some of these driveways. And for most single family, there's some allowances and wiggle room that NCDOT is allowed to have. And I will say this, we're going to talk a lot about subdivision standards later on. So don't always think in your mind what we're historically thinking, which is road front lots, just tick, 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 one after the other. We have addressed some of those concerns later on. So I'll pause, and if anyone has any questions specifically about NCDOT, I'm going to pass it to Kim if she wants to answer some of those. Fantastic.
I have one in general. So in a distance to the number of vehicles that travel the road, does the speed limit on the road have a variance on that as well? Or is it strictly off the?
It's strictly off the number of vehicles. We DOT take the speed limit into account whenever we're looking at things like sight distance and things like that. But as far as what Adam is speaking about today, it's not taken into consideration, so.
So our next one that we were talking about, you'll see I put some checks and X's in this. So if you want to just look through and see what we approved or recommended for approval and didn't, should be pretty simple for you. We continue to talk about this idea of, lot widths, things like that. How are we going to be, addressing these concerns on the dimensional standards? And this is something that was as an option that Withers Ravenel brought before you all. And that's a variable front setback based on lot depth. Obviously, that is something that is, you might see more common in more urban areas where you're increasing that setback or decreasing that setback, depending on what you have. And this was something that was not favorably seen. This was something that was simply rejected, primarily because we're dealing with a lot of large properties. And the moment you start dealing with a 10, 15 acre piece of property and forcing someone to say, you've got to, you know, your, your lot is a half mile deep and you've got to have your house 1,000 feet off that. No one wants to fight that battle. So it would limit the development potential, and we didn't want to continue that. And I appreciate the steering committee's conversation through that. Any questions? Okay.
I'm sorry, but I've got one on the
Yep.
previous slide. The last item on the slide says removes waiver provisions that previously allowed shared driveways
Yes.
on higher volume roads. So we're not allowing any shared driveways anymore in Nash County?
So we'll talk a little bit about waivers at the very end, but I wanted to make sure that was in there because the waiver provision was a modification to the subdivision standards that was primarily used to do shared driveways. And we'll talk it later on, but the waivers determined by the steering committee should be removed, and what should be used instead is a variance procedure, the quasi-judicial Board of Adjustment procedure, instead of having to go to the county commissioners and ask for what felt like a quasi-judicial opinion through a legislative process. So it was something that nixes that altogether. So one thing, obviously, is my time as a staff member for Nash County was a common thing that we noticed was, you know, flag lots might have been generally prohibited because of lot width, something that came up as an odd little thing to get around the rules to an extent was something that we coined as a foot lot. And you'll see some examples in front of you and on the presentation slide of some foot lots that I remember approving. So don't blame me, but they were there and allowed at the time. And what that foot lot is it's very similar to a flag lot, but it actually achieves the lot width requirements at the right of way or at the front setback as it's defined by the ordinance. And then they neck the property down to 15, 20 feet wide, sometimes wider, to open it up to a larger parcel in the back for the home lot. I'm not sure exactly why this was done, but it was often done as kind of a situation of somebody putting a home substantially far back on a large piece of property that might have been agriculturally used, and to kind of keep the separation from what is the residential lot, what is the agricultural lot. What we proposed in this was obviously we tried to define how these types of lots and how we can prevent them by definition, or, you know, say you can get away with it, the neck being 50% of the lot width or something along those lines, but it never really got where we wanted it to be. And what we proposed is kind of a simplified process for all this is clearly define what a flag lot is, clearly define what a foot lot is, show photos of what they are so there's no wiggle room for interpretation. That's what a foot lot is, that's what a flag lot is, and then blankly say that they are not a permitted lot type. We have a series of imagery that shows the different lot types, and this would just be one of those ones that says these are not allowed. So this was just to kind of remove this oddball situation that was kind of a continued concern for staff through the years. I know this is an interesting one, and I'm sure there is at least one question.
What's the objective by removing this?
The objective, obviously, the oddball thing with this is the lot width standards, you know, turn into situations where the driveway might not be where this flag is, and it turns into a driveway concern. It creates a parcel that leaves an errant kind of odd piece of property. And I think you can kind of see, if I can get this here, there's, you know, odd pieces of property that are left over in front, and they may or may not meet the standard lot widths because they are connected to the back and they're exempt from the subdivision standards. is a goal to kind of remove these things that shouldn't have been allowed in the first place, because they are odd lots that don't meet the lot standards that were defined by the ordinance.
Another alternative for farmers, because most of these are done by farmers that are pulling out their home or their residence and keeping it in residential and remaining the rest of it in agricultural for tax purposes. So by eliminating this, you're gonna punish your farmers,
Well,
make them put all that in residential and pay
I-
taxes at residential rate when it's actually a bona fide farm.
I know in dealing with this, and I will say this is when I'm questioning or saying anything, in no way, shape, or form am I trying to argue. I may come off as arguing in some situations, but from my understanding, based off of my working with the tax department on some of these, is the situations where you have a larger 10+ acre piece of property that is an agriculturally used property, you can set aside a portion of that to be residential while maintaining the remaining parcel, as long as it is greater than 10 acres, to be agriculturally taxed. So this is something that was odd to keep it as a subdivision allowance, but you would still have the provisions to receive the tax benefits of remaining agricultural, and it wouldn't switch the entirety of the property to the residential use.
You still it's gotta be I guess still has to be redrawn and then resurveyed.
To make that determination by the tax department.
So if you have a farm tract of land that has a home on it, typically the tax department, without having a property line, will tax you for one of the acres at the home site rate, and then the rest of the acreage will be taxed at the ag rate without there being a property line around it. Where there becomes a problem is if somebody needs to get a mortgage on a piece of property and the lender is requiring them to, let's say, have less than 5 acres be subject to the home building loan. And then it becomes a problem if the home site is too far away from the road, because you have to have road frontage to meet the lot width requirement. And then if you're gonna build the home way back here, then it may take more than 5 acres to stretch all the way back to that. So it would limit people's flexibility in subdividing lots for home loan purposes if they want to put them way far off the road. The flip side or the trade of that is just more orderly development and leaving more usable pieces of property in the past. And so I think we're on a continuum here of how much freedom do we want to give people, and how much do we want to look maybe not in their best interest today, but in the future owner's best interest of how to chop up that property. But I think this is one where we need some input from the two boards as far as, it is a reduction in flexibility for what the property owner can do in terms of subdividing a home, because they are going to have to commit a wider, fatter lot to build a home on a large piece of property, particularly if they have to just finance that. And so, Mr. Sandifer?
I was just thinking, wouldn't an easement do the same thing? In other words, you cut out your 1 or 2 acres and then give that property an easement that goes back and not have any change of property.
The difficulty with that is the subdivision standards for Nash County and almost every zoning authority within the state requires road front lots. In 99% of situations, it requires there to be lot width at the right of way. And that is primarily because subdivision standards were written for subdivisions, not a single lot here or there. But
Done that in the past, give them an easement.
I think you're getting ahead of us a little bit, because one of the things that we're going to talk about is development, own and access easement. And what we're going to propose is right now you have to jump through a bunch of hoops to prove that you have limited development potential in order to develop on an access easement. And so we're going to propose removing that. But we're also going to propose reducing the number of lots that can be served on an access easement from one corner lot and 3 interior lots to 1 corner lot and 2 interior lots, I believe. And so you make a good point, even though we're not there yet, the elimination of the foot lot could potentially be replaced with our looser, more liberal access easement
Right.
development
That's
process.
what I'm thinking. I don't think
And
it hurt the
so
farmer.
as long as you're not trying to put more than 3 houses in a row without committing to a private road or a public road, the easement could very well, the lot on an easement could very well replace the foot lot in that scenario, because then you would no longer have to have the leg and the foot that reaches up to the road because the easement itself would provide it. So I think maybe we wait till we get to the easement piece and then we can circle back and see if the greater freedom we're granting in easements might offset the more restrictive nature of getting rid of foot lots. Does that make sense? Well,
So we got some other alternative, is all I'm looking for. Because I know a lot of times it works with if they're, it's a generational farm and they're subdividing it up. They don't want to give the whole farm, but they want to give access to that piece of property to be able to build a house on it for their grandchild or their child and still farm the rest of it. That would play in as well. So if you got another alternative, that's fine. Just
I think we'll get to one that will possibly be a good replacement for this a little bit. Okay.
So one of the things that we talked about at the very beginning was obviously going through and finding some of the situations where tables were not clear on some of the requirements. One of those was very key when we started looking at the dimensional lot sizes for multifamily, as well as duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, things like that. What we wanted to be clear on this is that as you started increasing the number of units on a property, whether that be duplex, triplex, multifamily, your lot size has to increase in some way, shape, or form. Where you have multifamily allowances, that lot size should increase by 5,000 and 2,500. And this is more as a clerical issue that we wanted to make sure was clear. And a lot of this was making sure that the interpretation that staff had was understood. But if you have a situation where you have multifamily coming into Nash County within the R10 district, per unit, they start increasing the minimum lot size by 5,000 square feet. So it kind of, they're gonna have to have a larger piece of property per unit, but it ensures that the property is large enough in the end once the property is developed. So not a crazy one here as we're going through. Yep.
Just a second. I think you did a good job of pointing out that this is just, most of this slide is just a clarification of how we measure lot size for multifamily and townhome, which is a minor issue for Nash County currently, because it's only feasible where there is public water and sewer. And we have limited areas where sewer is available, where there is not a contractual obligation for it to be only exclusively for industrial or commercial development. So the only time this section of the ordinance has been called upon during my 18 years with the county is the approved but not developed townhouse development near Jack's Grocery and Food Line on NC 97. So this is not something that comes up often. But I think we are blowing past the last line of this, which is up until recently, if you built a single family home or you built a duplex, which of course is 2 dwelling units joined by a firewall, the state of North Carolina considered that single-family residential construction. And so you could build a duplex, and even though it was more than one family living in that duplex, one on each side, you didn't have to meet all the more stringent requirements of commercial development. The state has amended the building code now so that not only duplexes, but triplexes and quadplexes fall into that same category. And so you can build a home that has 3 adjoined living units or even 4 adjoined living units, and you still only have to meet the residential building code requirements, not the commercial. When you hit 5, then you're dealing with the commercial code. And so what we need to decide is, even though the building code doesn't discriminate between a single family, a duplex, a triplex, or a quadplex, we need to decide how we're going to handle these. Now, certainly these are rare animals, at least for now. Maybe making them subject to just the residential code will encourage more development of this type. I've never permitted a triplex or a quadplex, but we do need to make a decision about where we want to allow those. Where the steering committee has landed so far is that anywhere a duplex would be allowed, a triplex or a quadplex would be allowed. And so one piece of feedback I'd like from the greater boards is, do you think that is correct? Or would you prefer to push the triplex and the quadplex into zoning districts that are more exclusively for multifamily? What is your attitude about these 2 new animals, the triplex and the quadplex, knowing that they're rare now, but could be slightly more relevant now that the building code has been relaxed around them? Do we have any thoughts about that?
They go to the residential code or the commercial code?
Well, we can't decide what building code they
Okay.
get built to. That's decided at the state. We can decide what zones they're allowed in.
Okay.
And so the proposal right now is to allow a triplex or a quadplex anywhere there's a duplex allowed in the ordinance. Just in general, does that feel right? Or do the restrictions for a triplex and a quadplex need to be tighter than just a duplex as far as where we allow them to be built?
A question, is there a size limit in the ordinance now? I just don't know. It's like 1,000 square foot minimum or anything?
You
like
mean for each dwelling
duplex,
unit that's
or-
in
yes.
it? I don't know the answer to that
Because if
question.
it was, I think that would do it. If you had a 1,500 foot limit, if you want a
Right.
triplex or a quadplex, as long as you keep those limits, don't get them down to 500 feet or 800 feet or something, that would be mine.
Well, there's no, there's no specific rules in the state building code that permit a tiny home. And so anything that's built to the residential code, your rooms have a minimum dimension that they have to meet. But I think as long as you meet the minimum requirements, there is no minimum square footage that each dwelling unit has to hit, other than you have to accommodate place to sleep, place to eat, place to live, and whatever the dimensional requirements are.
Adam, I think the reason we ended up where we ended up, and I think it was the right thing to do, as you said, it's gonna be a very rare animal that we have to deal with that. And so why make a change in the ordinance until we have something that we have to deal with? And if we also felt comfortable that it was gonna have to be pushed right on the edge or within an ETJ of one of the municipalities, simply because that's the only place you will never have water and sewer in the foreseeable future. And we all know that this ordinance can be changed at any time that we need to make a change to it. So I don't think it's right to create another layer of ordinance when we don't have anything to create it for, and we don't foresee it being an issue moving forward. If we do, at some point, 10, 15 years from now, have more sewer available, certainly we can deal with it at that point in time. That's where we ended up at as the steering committee.
And of course, if somebody wanted to build a triplex or a quadplex in an area that doesn't have sewer, then each of those homes has to have, they have to have enough septic line and repair area on that one property as you would have to have for 4 regular properties, because each one of those units needs its own septic system. So that in itself is a limiting factor that will probably continue to make it somewhat rare.
You mentioned a public sewer system and water system, but what about the package systems?
Right?
So if they had a package system, would that not supersede the individual septic tanks?
It would.
And then this would, by allowing this, to Commissioner Davis's point, not addressing it, I mean, this could be a future way for more affordable housing for Nash County as well.
Right. So we are gonna talk about, private sewer options. Just as a preview, our attorney has recommended, that since they are allowed in North Carolina, that we not, prohibit them, and that we avoid adding on to their minimum requirements, because the more we monkey with the standards, the more we potentially could become liable. But you do make a good point. If somebody had a piece of property that was zoned today for a duplex development, and they were willing to invest in an on-site package wastewater treatment plant, then they may be able to develop the quadplexes without the great land requirement that a traditional septic setup would require.
I think that's just embracing technology as it evolves, and we're being prepared for it. Thank you.
So we don't want to get mired down in that. So just, you know, as you think about it, if you have strong feelings about triplex or quadplex, and you want to revisit in this meeting, we can, or if you want to communicate that to me at a later time, we can take that under consideration. But let's keep moving.
Yeah, and I'll just take 1 second to kind of remind everyone, and I think I mentioned it multiple times in the steering committee meetings, that, you know, our process of going through this, I am not going to be sitting in your seats in any way, shape, or form. I am no longer a member of the staff. We are simply helping to guide this process. I am not going to say something is right or wrong. I can make a recommendation, but whatever you guys choose to be or choose to do in any of these situations, we're happy to make the modifications. So don't feel like you're going to, you know, put too much effort or too much work on our seats. We're happy to do the modifications and changes. So talking into, this is getting into our Article 3, which are use and supplemental use standards, keeping these things in one place. One of the first items that we had to deal with was modernizing the use table. I forgot to waive this at the steering committee meeting, but this is, I think, 12 pages of permitted uses. It's a lot. And I know having to find any particular uses when you're trying to understand what's going on or what someone is permitted on a piece of property, not only for staff can it become time consuming, but additionally it's really confusing for the general public. So our goal with this was take this use table, find a way to simplify it, find a way to improve it, but not, again, not rewrite it. We noticed a lot of inconsistencies, or not inconsistencies, but similarities between uses that should have just been grouped as a single thing. They're allowed in the same districts. There's, you know, it's all dealing with contractor services. I'll just call it contractor service and you eliminate 6 permitted uses. The other thing that was listed in the permitted use table is the, I think it's the 6 standards, the SIC standards, which are a classification standard that is no longer used for use types. And so we felt the need to kind of back away from that. It's going in a different direction and hasn't been commonly used in quite a long time. So removing that, simplifying some of these permitted uses, bringing these major categories and subcategories as something to easily navigate, where you're able to walk through the permitted use table and see, all right, it's residential uses, it's, you know, commercial uses, it's light industrial uses, whatever it may be, and navigate your way through in a simpler fashion rather than just trying to scan all the way through 12, 15 pages of permitted uses. But it also allows, as you're simplifying this, is to help allow a little bit of flexibility. Obviously, one of the big issues is somebody comes in and says, I am looking to do one particular type of use, and it is not directly listed in that ordinance. And then staff has the fun determination of, well, is it this or this? And it might be an issue where it's not permitted in one district and it's permitted in another. But simplifying these use types is a way to just kind of make it a simpler process. Like I said, if somebody is doing some form of contracting services and it's clear that it's contractor, you don't have to sit there and have a specific use type in it and hopefully not have to come before you all to do a text amendment to add their specific use. Obviously, there are going to be things that we cannot think of as technology changes and use types increase. And we will talk about some uses that have become a common concern later on. But we have made the effort to modify that. We're having staff review it, make sure it makes sense from their standpoint of what we're grouping together. And then additionally, ensuring that we have accessory and temporary use tables as a separate thing. So it's very clear if somebody's looking to do, some form of accessory use on their property or a temporary use, that they go to that table, not navigate through the permitted use table and then have to ask staff and figure out where everything is. So this is just as a goal to improve that readability of the permitted use table. And that's simple as we can make it with as much as I will talk about it.
I think not only is it overly long currently, but it's also based on 1988 standard industrial classifications. And so not only is this a simplification, but it's also a modernization.
So as we talk about accessory uses, I want to talk about accessory dwelling units. That was something that was brought up in a couple places. I think people mentioned it at the joint meeting. I think it was mentioned in the land use plan. And one of the things that we talk about with ADUs, accessory dwelling units, is the fact that they allow for a potential for an affordable home type for some people. It also is an opportunity for some property owners to have an income, or it's the perfect place for their mother-in-law, despite what they might not want them on the property. They allow the opportunity to be there. So if you don't like your mother-in-law, maybe be against this if you don't want her on your property. But this is a goal to make sure that we're kind of matching, again, the modernization of permitted uses as we're moving forward. ADUs are becoming increasingly more common in more urban areas, and we feel that there's a need for including these in rural areas because of the unique characteristics of the rural county area. You have people who just are trying to get some help from a family member, and they want to give them a little building in the back that's theirs, but they're still there to help and take care of them as they age or as they grow up. So pulling some of these ADU standards, this was something that we went through and kind of made some determinations. Again, these are not duplexes if they're attached. That's a different type of building classification. Your ADUs are something that share the water and sewer or septic systems, not requiring a separate use. But there are limitations where we would ensure that detached ADUs are set behind the principal building, so you're not having someone put a small home right in the front of a piece of property and it look odd even though it meets the setbacks. It's ensuring that it is, again, an accessory. It's not to be confused with the primary home, and in that same vein, it's establishing some size limits where you have a minimum of 300 square feet, which is generally aligned with what everyone else does. So you don't have something that is a tiny home tried to be connected to a system, and then allows for a maximum of 50% of the principal structure. So you don't have someone building an ADU that is becoming the principal primary home. These are, again, accessories to the dwelling on the property. And then, of course, one of the things that we want to make sure, especially when you have a smaller lot, is that there is adequate parking. You don't want to have a situation where they don't have enough room on the driveway, they don't have a location, and they're trying to find a place to be, even though a lot of us, and I know I do it myself, will park in the grass when people come over. But making sure that you have that off-street parking for smaller lots in subdivisions that have the opportunity to build this. Again, this is not something that is, or it is something that is really heavily dependent on the septic availability and the water availability on the property. But this was something that the steering committee, as a way to improve affordability, allow these alternative home types, were in favor of.
This is something that comes up in our office probably every 3 to 4 days, is somebody trying to house somebody else on their property, but wanting some degree of separation or independence for the person who's going to live in the subordinate home. Nash County currently allows more than one home on a property, but that property has to be wide enough and deep enough that it could be subdivided into 2 full-size lots in order to have 2 homes, regardless of their size. And so if this were to be adopted, everybody who owns a home could have a smaller subordinate dwelling unit on the property, provided that they have the area for a septic system and repair area to accommodate the number of bedrooms that would be in that subordinate home. We looked at the requirements of multiple other counties, and I believe that what we decided was to basically copy the requirements that have been adopted by Wilson County, because those were the ones that we felt were the best fit for our area. Now, I know we have talked a lot about housing a parent or housing a child. To be clear, there is no requirement for there to be a familial relation between the people in the main house and the people in the accessory home. And so that accessory home could be used as a rental as long as the people who live in the main house want to put up with that. So there is no requirement for a familial relation, but again, that plays into this being an avenue for more affordable housing. But this is something that comes up a lot. I saw where a bill has been introduced in the legislature that if it were adopted, all jurisdictions, including ourselves, would be mandated by the state to allow this. It wouldn't be our choice. Now, I don't say that to say that that bill is going to pass, but to just kind of give you a sense of how much this is in the conversation in other parts of the state, statewide, in terms of looking for affordable housing solutions. But it is going to be a big change, because it means your neighbor can build a small house in the backyard as long as they can find a septic system, and then you get no claim or right to tell them who can live there. So, I mean, that's going to be a big change too. So any thoughts or input on that?
Is there any way that you can put something in here that if you build one, it has to look like the house? In other words, if you have a brick house and you want to put a concrete block one behind there, or a log cabin, or something that's not even remotely looks like your house, and then you're the neighbor right beside it, and it's pretty offensive looking just from the standpoint.
So I think what you're talking about would be considered architectural standards. That is certainly something that a homeowners association could do, but I'm skeptical about the local government's ability to do that legally.
At this point, it's been about 10 years since that law got brought in. There were a lot of municipalities throughout North Carolina who were heavily restrictive on single-family architectural guidelines. So restrictive that those developers chose to complain to the state, and the legislature adopted or removed the allowance for zoning authority to address single-family architectural requirements. And that is kind of in line with what has happened with the building code requirements for single-family duplex, triplex, quadplex, because those are now in the residential code as an independent code. You cannot have architectural requirements for it. In the past, you'll find some municipalities will say quadplexes were treated like multifamily and then would have to follow the architectural guidelines for multifamily. That has all been removed. But
We can make sure that they build the accessory dwelling to the residential building code, but the local government cannot control how it visually looks in a way that a deed restriction, a covenant, or a property owners association can. Yes, sir.
Well, currently, there is no regulations for the appearance now. I mean, you can.
For
put a-
anybody's
yeah,
house.
I mean,
Right.
you could put a mobile home back there,
If a mobile home is permitted in
permitted
that
in that
zoning
area.
district.
And you could have a two-story brick house and put a mobile home. That's the way it is now, so.
And this states that manufactured homes could be used as an accessory dwelling unit if they meet the standards and if they're in a zoning district that allows for a manufactured home.
home type, you can have say of what zoning districts those are permitted.
Right.
Well, I think this will just cut down the number of pool houses that are being built in Nash County.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's just be honest, they're building them today, they're calling them pool houses, so, I mean, this is definitely a need, and I've had several citizens in the county approach me about it since coming on this board, that the need for it, because we've got an aging population now, and it's going to continue, the life expectancy is going to continue to grow, and you're gonna have more parents having to move in, which is the primary reason that I'm getting requests for this, so I think that'll be beneficial, but to your point, Adam, you can't limit it just to that, and there's gonna be some to take advantage of it, some to use it for rental and other things, but I think the benefit to the majority of citizens is outweighed by the risk. And like I said, they're already doing it today with pool houses, so this is just, it'll be labeled correctly, and make it more accessible for our citizens in Nash County.
It'll be a little more intellectually honest because like you say, we will get a plan for somebody to build a pool house and it may include all of the aspects of a dwelling, but if the bedrooms are labeled game room, office, then we inspect, not suspect. So as long as there's not a bed in there on the day we do the final inspection, what it gets used for later is up for grabs. So it would allow for a more straightforward and honest approach by people who are trying to do it.
It's from a zoning standpoint, but it's also straightforward and honest for a environmental health standpoint. It's ensuring that it is a bedroom, it is going to be occupied, and that that waste needs to be handled appropriately instead of having septic systems that get backed up because they weren't designed for it.
Right.
Pool before you issue a pool house permit now.
A man cave or a shop building, as long as you are, and I hate to say this publicly, but as long as you are a little shifty about the way you label the floor plan,
Gotcha.
there's things you can get over with.
So one of the other things, and I know from my time, Nash County is, at least in the past, and I cannot speak now, has been in favor of solar farms. So one of the common issues that was brought up at all of the hearings was, well, what about 30, 40 years from now when they have to decommission these sites? What does it actually mean? What does it do? How are they going to deal with this? Is it going to turn back to farm, or are they going to leave stuff out there? Thankfully, the state has made it somewhat simple for us. The state enacted authority in 2023 to adopt more stringent or adopt decommissioning standards for solar farms. One of the things that they allowed is for local governments to increase those standard requirements. And one of the things that the steering committee recommended is obviously we need to ensure that these properties go back to the way they were so that they can continue to be used as agriculture property or, split off into subdivisions. So what they recommended was requiring a slightly more stringent standard that mandates the removal of all above ground and subsurface equipment from solar farms when they are decommissioned. So this ensures that it's not just concrete piles still stuck in the ground that then the next property owner is going to have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to remove. That is the responsibility of the solar farm and their associated companies. So very simple. Let's just make sure it goes back to the way it was after these solar farms come into play.
A lot of this prior discussion about this had to do with maintaining a performance guarantee so that there were funds to ensure that the solar farm could be removed and remediated, even if the agency or the entity that owned and operated it went out of business. And to be clear, the state has now made that a minimum requirement for all solar farm operators. And so those performance guarantees are held and tracked at the state level. And so there is no need for us to replicate that, only to add a little above that minimum requirement that they have to ensure that everything's removed and that it can be returned to agriculture.
Into that, requiring that that approved decommissioning plan be submitted as part of the solar farm application. So you all will see it, staff will see it, it's all there. We're not just hoping that they're getting things approved.
Demonstrate to us how they're going to meet the state standards.
Correct.
There is a minimum trigger for that. I can't remember, it's 500 kW, 1 megawatt or something. Would we want to consider for the smaller entities that are not covered by the state?
I think
You know, a commercial or industrial where they have their own.
Well, I was, yeah, possibly, but I mean, just like somebody just selling, has a 500 or 1 megawatt, it, you know, it's only got 10 acres. I'm not talking about 1,000 acres, but 10 acre. Would you have an interest in addressing those small ones with that same idea or not?
Well, the requirement for them to mandate the removal of those surface and subsurface would be across the board for anything that is a solar farm. The requirements that you're referring to within the state statutes for that decommissioning plan, you know, if we wanted to, we could include that is still required no matter the size. And I would refer to the attorney to make sure that we have no issue with that, but.
the point you're making is whatever we adopt does not discriminate based on size.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
that additional standard.
when you remove a small one, even if it doesn't meet the state threshold for having to maintain a performance guarantee, it still falls under our requirement that the operator owner is responsible for the removal of all above ground and subsurface equipment and required site restoration.
Yeah.
So
And if they
even though
didn't-
the state
yeah.
performance guarantee has a minimum threshold, our decommissioning for any solar farm or solar field does not have a minimum threshold.
And so if they were to not remove those things, then it becomes a violation of the zoning or the UDO. And Adam can take care of that and send it to the attorney to take them to court.
Yeah.
Getting this stuff out of the ground and getting it removed, does that fall on the property owner or if it's a company that leased the land, for example, are they responsible or is it the landowner?
I think it is responsible of the landowner who initiated it. I don't know if we can say that it's, you know, if the LLC that was engaged with it disappears, we can't go after them. It's the hope that that is addressed and it doesn't become a violation for the next property owner, because we're ensuring that when they get the solar farm site plan approval, that they are admitting to that they will be responsible for this.
Typically, we would hold the property owner responsible for a zoning violation. You would hope that that property owner, when they entered into a contract with the solar farm, had somebody review that contract and make sure that it specified that the removal was the solar farm company's responsibility.
I was
But
if
if-
they went out of business. for
Right,
example.
but if you had a hapless property owner that maybe didn't review that, it could potentially end up being the property owner's responsibility.
Adam, that's also where your decommissioning bonds at the state's required comes into play.
Right.
Because they bonded the takedown before it's built. So you've got on those projects where it meets the threshold and they've got to provide a bond for, the means are there on the back end that if they don't remove it, they call the bond and the bond pays to have it pulled off the property.
So if the business, so if the company has gone out of business and mom and daddy have passed away and the children have inherited it, the point of the state requirements is to have that amount of money available when needed for the removal and remediation.
Question, I guess, to follow up with that. So I know in a lot of these cases, after the first 20-year contract's up, a lot of times these companies are stepping away and they're turning it over to the landowner. And of course, they get the income, but then the responsibility falls back to them. Does that same bond have to be in place for them when it's decommissioned at that time, or?
I think the bond requirement is based on the fact that it is a solar farm and not on who is
The owner.
operating or benefiting from it.
So my question would be, would this rule apply to all the existing solar farms in the county, or would only the new ones coming online?
So I'm not sure where the state comes into play with some of these older solar farms. The standards that we have, obviously, because of the restrictions of SB 382, we can't sit there and force a property owner to follow these standards as we stand right now. Obviously, if the state changes that, change it. But right now, it'd be on new solar farms coming into play.
I do think that the state rules make older solar farms put up the same performance guarantee, but they might have a longer time period to get it together than new solar farms because this is being imposed on them.
Yeah.
But our zoning regulations would only apply for those that are permitted going forward.
Correct.
Beginning, when you start with the solar farm, that the owner of the land, in case the solar farm is no longer used, that person would be responsible for removal.
That's right. We do already have a provision in the ordinance and have had it since we began, from before we began approving solar farms, that requires the property owner to be responsible for its removal. What we're talking about is more clearly defining what that removal consists of, meaning that you got to get every piece of concrete. The new rules would make it so that the property can be returned completely into agriculture, and the old rules were a little more vague, but you are correct. They have always existed, and even if the very first solar farm that Nash County permitted were to stop operating, we do have a lever in our ordinance to get it removed.
Next thing was something that was a piece of paper that was not not fully codified in the ordinance. That was it was written in 2006. I think it was agreed upon, but it was never an official UDO or amendment. But it is dealing with the replacement of manufactured homes, and I know Mr. Tyson will probably chime into some of these statements, but the goal of this was just to codify those standards, ensure that there's replacement allowances for manufactured home in a smaller manufactured home park, so that they could continue the use, that you were not inherently causing a situation where a single wide that is in an R30 zoning district and has been there forever wouldn't be able to be replaced and continued in perpetuity from that property owner. So this is just ensuring that those standards that have been used are actually in the ordinance. And additionally, it's incorporating the statutory restrictions that you can no longer require masonry skirting on manufactured homes that are leased to, or the property is leased to that manufactured home owner. So it ensures that they are still no longer classified as real property and are stay to the standards of a manufactured home and HUD standards.
So we do have zones of the county where you can develop a double wide, but you have to have a permanent brick, block, or stone curtain wall around the bottom as opposed to just the vinyl skirting. And what the new state law says and what we have to conform our ordinance to is that if the owner of the land is not the owner of the home, then we can still require the vinyl skirting, but we cannot require the brick, block, or stone curtain wall. And we just have to amend our ordinance to comply with the state law because that overrules us. The other main thing here is when you have a non-conforming use, meaning you have a single-wide mobile home that was legally established, but it was established in a zone where it's no longer allowed, essentially that mobile home can be replaced with another one as long as it's not removed for more than 180 days. And about 20 years ago, when the county tightened up its mobile home rules, we also instituted a policy that if you have more than one single-wide mobile home on a property in a zone where they're not allowed currently, but they were all legally established, if you remove one, as long as another one remains on the property, then the spot that you removed it remains viable for a single-wide without a time clock. The 180 days only starts ticking on you after you remove all the single-wides from the property. And I think that was an effort to protect those that had invested in small single-wide mobile home parks and who were frightened about the consequences of the county tightening up mobile home rules. I think we have seen over the last decade a reduction in the proliferation of single-wide mobile homes across the county as a result of the tightening of those rules. And so this would just preserve that unofficial policy, which has been if you have more than one single-wide and you remove one, as long as there's another one on the property, your other spaces stay viable. But if you ever remove them all, then you have lost the ability to have it unless your property is rezoned to a district that allows single wides under the current ordinance.
So we've talked about this one a little bit, but this is the, like we talked about, state law in 2023 incorporated triplexes and quadplexes into the similar residential code as single family and duplexes. And it's ensuring that we include those definitions and make sure that we're clearly defining what is a multifamily unit. And that multifamily threshold is 5 or more units, and they would be subject to the commercial building code standards. So very simple in that, follow the standards of state law and make sure we're matching the building code requirements. The last slide in this section is talking about data centers. Obviously, I think all of us have heard about data centers becoming a more common concern from residents or neighboring residents. And as it currently stands, they are not listed in the UDO because they were not a known use in 1998 when the ordinance was written. And so to ensure that we're trying to be more forward thinking and understanding that this use is in existence and it's going to become a more common practice throughout the state, it's ensuring that we are including some restrictions to make sure that we are not just allowing them to go anywhere and everywhere. As part of this, we made a point to speak with economic development to make sure we understand what is going to be so restricted that they cannot happen. Obviously, data centers are still a tax driver. There's still tax money that comes out of them, so we don't want to say actually we can't say absolutely not, we don't want them in the county, but we can heavily restrict them to make sure they're only going in the appropriate areas. And I didn't want to go through ad nauseum with what we had put in here because what was determined by economic development as a good code that they have seen worked well, that has heavy restrictions, it is a version of the Lee County standards. And some of those things that you will see in the bullets here, it's some of the design controls, some of the restrictions that it requires, a 500-foot separation from residential use is 100-foot road separation, a max height of 75 feet. So they're not towering and built right over top of residential properties. Requiring that screening and buffering, which we will talk about some more screening stuff later on. And one of the biggest ones is requiring connection to public water utilities, being your water, sewer, and power, and prohibit the use of groundwater and septic. Obviously, one of the biggest concerns that we've heard with data centers is water usage. And we know that groundwater is a common issue when you have older wells. And we can only imagine what would happen if a data center started sucking up as much groundwater as they needed for the initial pull for their cooling systems. And so we wanted to make sure that there was a standard written in there that ensured the protections of the neighboring property owners. And then, of course, because they are attaching to a public utility system, it is the utility department for whoever, whether it be the county or if they're happen to have some sort of agreement with the neighboring municipality for some of their systems, that those utility systems can manage the water pull that they're requiring, again, for that initial upfit of the cooling system. So we will make sure that you guys have all those things when we fully release the ordinance for you guys to read through and make sure you understand. But if there was something that you guys wanted to make sure, is 500 feet way too close to a residential property? Is 100 feet from a road way too close to the road? Let's go ahead and put those simple standards in there and come to an agreement with that. And then the lengthy requirements and standards are, addressed with the final writing of the ordinance.
I think something that is not called out here, but that we explicitly talked about in the steering committee, is that it would only be permitted in our GI, General Industrial Zoning District, which is our most intense zoning district. So right off the bat, we only have to think about the property that is zone GI or the property that the board might zone GI in the future. We also talked about the need for requiring a special use permit, meaning that it would be a quasi-judicial public hearing where the applicant has to demonstrate to the board's satisfaction that they would not pose any threat to health or property, that they would be in harmony with the area where they're located, and several other standards. And so we talked about putting levels of review and requirement before they got approved. But we don't want to ignore them, because then we would invite an attorney to make a claim that they are permitted under some other category, even though that's not what we explicitly meant. So we're better off including them in the ordinance than leaving them out. But what we need a gauge on is how restrictive do you want to be? And do you want to be even more restrictive? Because as you increase these setbacks from residential uses, from roads, you limit the height, you limit the inventory of properties that are potentially suitable for the development of one. So particularly members who weren't on the steering committee, do you feel like that what we have here in terms of separation distances, plus the fact it's in GI, plus the fact it would require a quasi-judicial special use permit, do we need to go even tighter? Do you think we're about right? What are your thoughts?
High, that's high. That's 7-story. That's like a 7-story hotel beside you. To me, and I don't know I know there's a lot of controversy. I mean, I just read about one in Idaho that I think it was Idaho, I believe it's out in the Midwest, was actually drawing more water than all the homes put together in the city. I know that would be controlled since they would be using groundwater. But I don't know, 500 feet, that's 5 football fields, and then if you live that close and they're 75 feet high beside you, to me, that's a lot. I don't know what the standard height for these things are. I mean, I've heard some of them go up 10 and 15 stories.
And that was the reason that we utilized those Lee County standards, because economic development recognized that they were ones that still allowed for you know, it wasn't saying they can only be one story.
Right, yeah, I get that. 500 feet, 75 feet. I live 500 feet from when I had to look up, they don't live story.
Was there any discussion about noise levels?
Go into that, that discussion. Obviously, noise is a very unique characteristic that is in some situations difficult to manage, whether it is part of the noise ordinance as it stands right now, that is handled by the sheriff's office, I believe. But that was something that, you know, hopefully is mitigated by the landscape separations, by those 400 feet with that. But
So if you're 500 feet away in a residential home and the noise level is 85 decibels,
it would be,
what would it be when it got to the home?
yeah, I would not know that off the top of my head,
Well, I
but it
think
was
that's a
something that would be,
consideration that
yeah.
we need to take into consideration.
Limit as to how restrictive it could be, distance?
So the biggest thing within the state is that you cannot say it's not permitted at all, unless you can prove that it is some, you know, something like a nuclear power facility or something that is inherently dangerous to the general public welfare altogether. So it is difficult to say that these are inherently dangerous, and that would be a good question to go through with the attorney if there was a concern over these across the board. But you know, other municipalities, other counties are enacting standards for this and not completely restricting it.
Yeah, well, let you ask. Remember, I asked the question.
Yeah.
If we could be restrictive as a half a mile or a mile.
I would be concerned with doing something that great, but I would happy to write that in there and then have that something that during the review, the attorney can ensure that that is an issue, or, you know, whether that's a takings or anything like that. I couldn't speak on behalf of that. I'm just a planner.
All right, Commissioner Howell.
Back to Adam's point, I remember that being discussed in the steering committee about limiting it to just those GI districts. The GI, is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So those GI districts, currently in those GI districts, what's the tallest buildings we allow in those districts today?
We don't have much of a height limitation because it's not something that we have dealt with. We do have height limitations that are based on how far you are from the property line. But in all honesty, in my 18 years, we've never had an industrial site that was so tall that it became something we had to regulate.
So, and I guess the next question is maybe a question for the fire marshal's office, but what are our fire trucks in the county that's set up today, what are they able to service without having to purchase additional vehicles?
In general, depending on your area, some do have ladder trucks within their district. Normally 30-foot high buildings are the standard where a ladder truck is a need.
If we had 30 foot, then all the fire trucks, pretty much for the majority of the county, we would be covered. But if we go 75 foot, then wherever we go to this at, it's going to require a different apparatus in that area to be able to service it as well, which is going to be expensive to the fire department and or the county. Is that correct? Okay.
I guess my point on this is, to get back to your point, I mean, I've read a lot about these. I hadn't seen one community that's welcoming these things. Because first of all, there's a lot of questions about it. There's not many of them out there. So I guess we can't restrict them. We can't say no. I mean, you've made that clear. But I think in my opinion, we should make them as restrictive as we can legally. If it's a mile, we can get a mile from a residential and it can only be 4 stories high. That's what we should do. Now, the lawyers come back and say, hey, you basically have made it so restrictive that nobody can build one here, then we may have to back off. But I'd say you make it as restrictive as you can legally.
Have the ordinance standards written out, have those highlighted distances and restrictions, and then pass that over to staff and the legal team to go through and say what's going to be our limit.
Another reason I'm saying that, when you open this up for the public, this is going to be a hot topic. And so if you're able to say this is as restrictive as we can get it, because we can't say no to them. But, and we made it as restrictive as we can be. If a company comes in here and says we're gonna build one, then they can build one, but we can't restrict it any more than this. And I think it's not gonna satisfy the public, but that's.
Other thing that you're dealing with this, obviously GI is the zoning district for it, is limited where it is. And so if they were to go somewhere else that's not GI, it's a legislative decision. But then the caveat on top of that is that special use permit. And they have to prove that they are not endangering the public health, safety, and welfare of the neighboring property owners. And they get to present all the evidence. Of course, because it's a special use permit, it's quasi judicial. It doesn't allow for non-expert testimony. But if there is a concerned citizen who is an expert or hires an expert to speak on their behalf that would be subject to this, they would be able to present their case to say it's not allowed or shouldn't be allowed. So.
Mr. Outlaw had a question.
Again, I don't want to belabor this, but water, utilities, they're both concerns, but noise is a concern.
Absolutely.
And I just think we need to consider distance in allowing for that noise. If I'm laying in my bed at night and there's a data center sitting on 140 acres behind me, and I'm hearing a steady hum all night, it's going to be something that's going to be intolerable.
Yeah, understood.
Okay.
You had said that we can heavily restrict to ensure they go into only appropriate areas.
Mm-hmm.
Can you define appropriate areas, or do you mean what?
Zoning districts.
The controls you have listed?
The appropriate areas would be the zoning districts that they are permitted. And so, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up, I'd kind of add on to this point over there. I would love to see this extended at least to 1,000 foot, and I'd like to see the height reduced lower as well, just because of the financial burden it's going to place on the county and the municipalities from a fire service standpoint. If we go 75 foot on these, most of our fire services don't have the capacity of being able to put that fire out. And then the other part is reuse of water. From the studies I've looked at on these, most of them are using cooling towers. They're trying to recirculate or reuse most of the water as possible, but you're still looking at 300,000 gallons a day to 1 million gallons a day of water. So there definitely needs to be some type of information in there requiring them to reuse the water to basically minimize that impact as well, because that's going to take away availability for other development in the county and a large amount of it, not to mention electricity.
Safe to say that, well, I guess, let me know if you don't agree with this, but what I'm hearing is that both boards would like to see something that is significantly more restrictive than what is being proposed right now. Is that?
What Steve said. That
We
makes
can
sense
get
to
legally.
me.
Because I can tell you, talking about these fire trucks, some of these data centers said, we'll buy the fire trucks. We'll build them high, we'll buy the fire trucks. These things generate lots and lots of money. So, we say, well, we're gonna take it down to, say, 30 feet. And they may come in and say, we want to build 170 feet, and we'll buy the fire trucks to service it, if it's, So they're doing, some of them are doing that, if that's keeping them from building. Yeah.
The technology's already out, believe it or
Right.
not, to put these in space, and that's where they're going long term. So this is going to come as a short term until they can get these establishments, power plants in space, because it's much more profitable and can produce more energy, and they don't have the limitations with water and everything and cooling that they have here. So long term, it's not going to be a problem, but short term, the next 3 to 5 years is what we're going to be dealing with this.
So in order to keep it moving, I think I would kind of summarize by saying that the attitude of the two boards is that you would rather err on the side of being too cautious and too restrictive than on being not cautious enough. And that maybe we should put together something that is more restrictive than what we currently have and bring it back for review. Is that fair?
Adam, you recall at the steering committee, my request was us to look in to see if we could make them a requirement that made them have to be self-supporting as far as all utilities.
Yes.
If you can do that, that would handle a lot of the questions that you got. And extend these distances is certainly fine if you think you can get by with it. The height restriction, be careful not to get too much lower than something. I mean, the new, building at the hospital is over 75 feet, I'm sure. So be careful not to make it lower than something that we're already dealing with. Keep that in mind.
When you say self-supporting, are you talking about from
I'm
the
talking about
utilities?
All utilities, yes, sir. That's what I said at the steering committee.
And I recall that. And, I mean, would that mean that they would use a well or?
That means that they have to supply some way, if they can use public water, but they can't continue to use public water. They got to recycle water.
Right.
Electricity, they have to generate their electricity there. Gas, I'm not sure what you would do with, but some clause to make them as, requirement to make them as self-supporting as we can legally do that.
I think we had talked about with the water, that being a closed loop, so that way there's always a recirc in there.
Right.
They're reusing rather than continuing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that we need to define if it's public water or well water. And it just said right in here, I mean, the recommendation was water, sewer, and power. And so, to me, that to me is public water requirement. But if
Well,
we use-
it could be a well water. I mean, as long as it's a closed loop where it doesn't use so much water.
And Adam, I think the other thing that we talked about, you know, looking at your distancing requirements, you know, one of the things I think that I mentioned is, most of your pulp paper mills, those type of facilities, the town grew up around that. But if we were to site a new one, where would that go? Because you're not gonna site a new mill like that 500 feet away from residential use. It's gonna be significantly more, so we need to look at where we would site new facilities that are incredibly intensive in use, that are loud, they're noisy, they have a lot of chemical byproducts and things that you just don't want residences right on top of. And then let's design the ordinance, your separations around those to, you know, if you'd allow that kind of high intensity industrial use, okay, well then maybe we get to where we're okay with the data center being there.
And it sounds like Ms. Culpepper need to come back and let us know how restricted distance, height wise we can be.
To staff and the legal team, as restrictive as we have found, or even go above and beyond that and see what their opinions are. Obviously, at the end of the day, they are going to have to be potentially fighting the issue of how restrictive it is, but we'll make sure we're pushing the limits to what is comfortable for their team.
But I think we have what we need right now.
Yeah,
We have
absolutely.
some marching orders that you want something significantly more restrictive, and that also we need to coordinate with the county attorney to make sure that what we're looking at is feasible before we bring it back to you.
Absolutely.
Permit that you can't do anything else anyway.
Absolutely.
That's the tool you need. All right.
5 minute breaks before we go any further, y'all want to continue?
I think
All right.
keep going. We'll take our breaks as we
Okay.
need to take it.
Sounds good. So we're gonna get
All right.
into design standards. I'll try to tone down as much as I talk to be cognizant of time. Design standards, obviously, one of those things is parking requirements. A common issue, again, with kind of modernizing the ordinance is ensuring that there's an expansion of EV, electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. And thankfully, anytime you're talking about EV parking, there is countless standards that have been adopted by other municipalities. And what was agreed upon by the steering committee is requiring a kind of a tiered parking structure. Obviously, you don't want to have a situation where your single-family home is required to have an EV parking space. But as you get into that higher density residential or as well as non-residential developments that are a higher number of anticipated daily visitors, we would require a fraction or a portion of those required parking spaces to be EV. Don't want to have it where it turns into an entire Walmart parking lot full of EV, and keeping those restrictions low just to ensure that there is parking for those use types. And what we're looking at as we're going through the permitted use table with staff is what's going to be those limits. Obviously, we're talking multifamily, things like that are going to be a requirement, but I don't think we want to have the situation where a Dollar General is required to have an EV parking space, but maybe if it is a shopping center that is serving multiple uses, having more vehicles coming through, we would require a 2 or 4 parking space requirement as a fraction of their required parking already. I say I'm not going to talk ad nauseum, and then I do it. Hopefully we didn't have any issues with that. I felt like that was very simple understanding of that. One of the ones that we had talked about a lot, obviously one of the biggest concerns when we're dealing with stuff is landscaping. You see all too common residential and commercial developments that don't have landscaping or have very limited landscaping, and that concern was brought up, and having a range of buffer types, ensuring that you're having some sort of visual separation between these uses, so you're not having a commercial use right adjacent to a subdivision, or even a subdivision right adjacent to a commercial use, depending on who comes in first, and ensuring that we have something that is use-based, based on the zoning, and allowing some restrictions to that. So what we put together with the help of our landscape architects, and I could not possibly put together any visuals that were as good as theirs. We wanted to make sure that you guys weren't just looking at a visual that was a very poorly drawn dot on a map. This is where trees are going to go. We wanted you to see what the mature or semi-mature plantings would look like. And that ensures that while you guys are going through, that you're actually taking these things into consideration of what it's going to be, not just looking at that overhead view. And so in doing so, we have 3 distinct landscape buffer type options, which we'll get into in a second. But this is, your A, B, and C landscape buffers, where it starts from a very simple 10-foot wide buffer, expanding all the way to a 30-foot wide buffer. One of the things that got brought up was the concern over a double buffer, or what was, would a property only be responsible for half of this and the other property owner would be responsible for the other half. Obviously, we can't retroactively force a neighboring property owner to add their portion of a landscape buffer that, they were already pre-existing. So what we ensured is that when you have those use separations, both property owners, when they develop, are responsible for their own buffer on their own property. So you might have a situation where a type A buffer is required on a property that's being developed adjacent to a undeveloped piece of property or underdeveloped piece of property, and then 5 years later, that other property owner decides to redevelop or develop their property, and they too have to put in a 10-foot buffer. So in the end, you have a 20-foot landscape buffer between the 2 uses to ensure that you're getting a really solid separation. We chose to have that 10, 20, and 30 because what is very common in some higher industrial classifications that you'll see in other ordinances is you'll see 50 and 60-foot buffer separations. This ensures that when you have a situation that a type C buffer is required and the neighboring property owner has to do their buffer, you're getting that full breadth of landscaping and separation between the two to really ensure that they're not seeing each other and that adjacent property owners are protected. May be difficult to read in this, and I will put a caveat. One of the things that was determined at the last steering committee meeting was a slight modification to this table, which some additional slides. I don't like making huge tables. I want to make it as easy to read as possible, but we have to make sure we're understanding what's happening. So this, you look on the left column, that's subject property. So you are the property owner in question who's developing, and if you are in the R20 zoning district and you are going adjacent to an A1 or an RA40, you would be required to have that 10-foot type A buffer to separate you from a less dense zoning district. Now, where it gets very interesting, like I talked about before, is the separation from what is constructed and what is undeveloped property. We have a number of situations throughout Nash County where you have a property that is zoned A1, but it might be that its future land use classification, if it's near a crossroads, is commercial. And so what was requested to be added was modifying that table, adding the caveat of if it is a vacant piece of property adjacent to it, to the subject property that would be having to do their landscape buffer, it is based off of the land use plan classifications. So you have a situation, and we'll just point the Dollar General at the crossroad. They're putting in a landscape, or putting in their Dollar General there. The adjacent property is vacant or undeveloped, and it would be determined by the land use plan whether that was part of a commercial node or if that was determined to be residential, what type of buffer they would be putting in. So obviously you don't want to have a situation where that commercial use is putting in a 30-foot buffer, and then a similar commercial use 5-10 years later is then buffered from the same uses. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to have that separation when it is determined by the land use plan that it is going to be or should be commercial.
The biggest implication and the most day-to-day application of this, if you'll look at the page that has the table at the top, typically what we see, because of the way we have crafted our comprehensive land use plan, is people asking to rezone property from either A1 or R40 to RA30 for residential development. And when the board considers a conditional rezoning for a proposed new subdivision, there is no mandatory ordinance screening requirement around residential development. If it's a conditional rezoning and a particular property owner adjacent to that requests a buffer as a condition, then the board is left to negotiate that as part of the public hearing process. If somebody is not asking for a rezoning and they're doing a subdivision by right, meaning they're just following the rules in that zoning district, there's no way to even negotiate a screening buffer. And so the big change here will be mandatory screening around new residential development when it's adjacent to a less intensive zoning district. So if you go down to the RA30 line under subject property, if you go to RA30, usually that RA30 is something we have rezoned out of either A1 or R40. So if the surrounding property is A1 or R40, the buffer is going to be required without question. It won't need to be negotiated as part of the conditions, and it can't be bypassed by somebody who's not rezoning property and doing a by right subdivision. So whether that adjacent property is already developed as a neighborhood or whether it's a farm, regardless, if it is of a less intensive zoning district, there'll be a required mandated buffer, a screening buffer. Excuse me.
If it's somebody that's R40 and they want to come in there and build, and they're not asking for a rezone.
If they are adjacent to a less intensive zoning district, so you're looking at like the third line on the table there, the subject property is R40. If the adjacent property is A1, then they have to install the buffer.
Okay.
If it is of an equivalent intensity like R40, RA40, then they don't have to install a buffer because there's no letter A in those boxes, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman. Just a question in general over these landscape buffer options, A, B, and C. How do they relate to the surrounding counties and the city of Rocky Mount's requirements as far as the density?
I don't know the answer to that question, but it is something we can look into.
Somebody comes in and wants to develop a piece of property. And then the public says, we don't want the property beside us with that, you know, that's what they say. Because they've been out in the county for 50 years. And so, like you say, we negotiate a lot of times with the developer. Hey, you know, this guy's over here, his family home, he don't really want the subdivision, but he has no choice. And then the guy says, well, is there any way that you can put a buffer so I don't have to look at it? Is that kind of what we're talking about here a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we can still negotiate, but instead of starting from nothing,
Right, we got
we're
something.
starting from some standards that
Right.
have to be met regardless of whether anybody's asking for
And I
them
think
or
the
not.
public will like that because that's a big point
Right.
when these developers come in with these big subdivisions.
It allows you the ability to say, is an A enough? Is a B enough?
Right.
Is a C enough? So.
Okay.
So in the same vein, it was ensuring that we wanted to make sure that we're protecting agricultural land. Obviously, the common issue with throughout Nash County is the subdivision goes in right beside an agricultural piece of property, and people think it's their property. One of the ways that you ensure that there's a separation is having those landscape buffers. So that was something that was encouraged and as part of this discussion to make sure that we are allowing that distinct separation through landscaping. In the same vein, we wanted to talk about streetscape buffers, and this will make some more sense when we get to some of the subdivision standards. But obviously, as you have development coming through, what we were talking about before was the perimeter buffers, the buffers that are neighboring adjacent properties, and you know, along the property line. But along the street, you run into issues where it is a streetscape or a street tree or a streetscape requirement, and we wanted to make sure that we have some allowances with that. And so what you have, what we proposed is the inclusion of these streetscape types. Obviously, your local streets, which are your residential interior streets or some of your less traveled roads around the county, require a street tree, which is separate. I think it's 2 per 100 feet. And then as you get into situations where it's a higher traffic road, into the minor thoroughfare, major thoroughfare categories, you're ensuring that you are protecting the visual separation, so you're not seeing just the backs of homes along those major thoroughfares. You see these very commonly in a lot of municipalities in Wake County, because I know I don't like seeing, I'm sure you all are in agreement, just seeing the back of somebody's house where they store their grills and junk is not the ideal thing and not the visuals that we really want to encourage throughout Nash County. So the new development would be required to have these landscape separations along these higher traffic roads.
And so to clarify, the previous discussion was about the shared property lines around a property, but not the roadway property line. This is specifically a requirement for those major subdivisions to have a screen and buffer along the road, which is a big change. Currently, we only require roadside screening buffers for commercial and industrial development, and primarily between parking lots and the road. But this would be a mandatory requirement, again, that doesn't have to be negotiated on a case-by-case basis. The developer would just learn to expect that this is the minimum requirement that they have to provide along the road. And the substantialness of the buffer they have to provide is based on the road classification, which is again based on the amount of traffic that is on that road.
I'd be remorse if I didn't make this statement, but the whole intent of adding all these buffers in here is to hopefully eliminate the negotiation and the horse trading at a planning board meeting or a commissioner meeting. They're very time consuming, they're never fair to either side, quite frankly. So I hope we get these where we got them so that negotiation goes away. You require the buffer that you got in your ordinance and you keep moving. If this is not good enough, to get us to that point, we need to work on it some more, because those negotiations really need to not continue to happen. It's not fair to the residents, it's not fair to
I
a
think from
developer.
what I hear from in the planning board, because it comes up, I won't say every time a subdivision is
It
developed,
does.
it's close.
Yeah.
Is the people, the public, they want something.
Yeah.
And they want something that's reasonable enough
Mhm.
to hide grills and boats
Sure.
and jet skis in the back. And if this addresses that,
Right.
it's gonna eliminate a lot of that public discussion. As long as,
Well,
like
that's-
Adam said,
that's
the
the whole
developer knows
intent.
going in, you got to do
Yeah.
it. So this is, it's not for negotiation with him. So I would think the public would be a lot more
And
receptive
that's
to
the
that.
reason the two
Yeah.
sides on the steering committee, being myself being one
Right.
on one
I think
side.
it's a good thing.
Commissioner Leggett being one on the other side. Reason we found common ground on everything is to hopefully eliminate all that
Discussion.
negotiation and the
Right.
time consuming at the planning board. Correct, D?
That's good.
And even though it is asking more of the developer, there is some value to the developer in knowing what to expect ahead of time. And it's also not fair to ask them on the spot to invent what type of screening buffer they can live with. So I think it would be,
I mean, they don't say it out loud, but it's a cost to them.
right,
And so now they can figure that cost into the whole subdivision,
right.
rather than, oh, God, I gotta spend,
Pay for the land.
yeah.
So you know you got to.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, really good thing.
And can you tell me whether the city of Rocky Mount as well or our other surrounding counties require these buffers? And if these buffers are our buffers as dense, are they less dense than those requirements?
I'll look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Obviously, one of the things that got talked about is mature forest, maintaining open space, things like that. And it was one of those things that we didn't get deep into the conversation because it was very quickly kind of nixed from the beginning. Open space seems like a very positive thing. It's let's preserve this area that is going to be maintained by the homeowners association or whatever it may be. But what was very quickly determined is, I think, a lot of situations where the developer or the HOA disappear. And the preservation of open space turns into unregulated land that people will do whatever it grows up. It becomes a potential health issue, or people are choosing to use it as their own property, and it's not protected in the intent that it was looking for. And so it was a rejection of the requirement for open space that would be part of an HOA. Obviously, there are some stuff that we're going to get into when we talk about subdivision types that are very specific, but you would hate to have the situation where a 40,000 square foot lot subdivision is left with 5 acres of property that no one has any regulation over and restrictions of people messing up, tearing up, using as their own. So that was just something that we kind of nixed as part of the review. So now we get into some of the fun subdivision stuff that I keep kind of talking about and keying into, and how all these things kind of start building onto each other. Click the wrong thing. So one of the things that got brought up, I believe, in the land use plan was to look at suburban style infrastructure in low density areas. And this keys to what we just talked about. Suburban style infrastructure, your sidewalks, connectivity, recreation, things like that. I think it has been explained at nauseum and continued to be explained that the county does not want to get into the road business, does not want to get into the sidewalk business, and be responsible for the upkeep of those spaces. And along with that is the open space requirements. Any kind of suburban recreation, for having requirements for active recreation, which has to be maintained and upkeep by an HOA in perpetuity, when we don't know, the long-term effects of an HOA that might dissolve or something like that, and then leave those areas that we've required, and then staff hopefully 40 years from now, Tyson is still not the planning director. He will eventually retire. And further staff will, have to deal with the property owners in this subdivision and, hey, you guys have to make sure you're cutting the grass on this open space, which is an argument no one wants to have. So this was something that was not supported about including those things as a requirement for HOA maintenance to ensure that the county was not maintaining some of these things in the future. And I think this is a great understanding of there's suburban infrastructure needs in certain things, but not in the rural county area. And we'll talk about some of the specific needs of that type of infrastructure later on. So this was just because it was within, we talked about it multiple times. It was reducing the driveway act for access conflicts, and I just wanted to bring up again, because it's within the subdivision standards as well as the dimensional standards, ensuring that we're following the NCDOT protocol for driveways. The reason I'm mentioning in this article is this is where waivers lived. This is, where we often saw that situation of a shared driveway being utilized to find a way around the NCDOT restrictions. So just reiterating that point that we had already discussed. In the same vein with all of this, I just want to make sure we're touching on these topics. I don't want to feel like we're ignoring things that we talked about. Was talking about NCDOT complete streets. Obviously, rural county areas are not a common place for complete streets, but those are the situation where you have multimodal transportation networks and sidewalks, bike lanes, bus rapid transit, things like that. Not typically things you're going to see on large lot residential rural subdivisions. Where this should be living is when you're looking at your townhomes and multifamily developments and then conservation subdivisions, which we'll talk about later on. But it was establishing for those higher density development types that inherently are more of a suburban style. A sidewalk requirement on at least one side of internal streets to those multifamily or townhomes or conservation subdivision developments would be required, with the caveat of allowing some flexibility if there's another way to accommodate pedestrian facilities, if there's some way that they've determined. We didn't want to be so hard stretched to say it's a sidewalk along the street, and if they've got some unique design characteristic and they found another way around it, that the TRC can't make a general determination to say it meets the requirement, it meets the intent. So that was one that we talked about, and the allowance of those kind of requirements. The big caveat of that, and it's not listed on this slide, is that sidewalk would be required to be on the property, not in the right of way. So it is not becoming DOT's responsibility. It is not becoming the county's responsibility. It is the property owner of these higher density developments' responsibility to maintain these types of pedestrian accessibility standards. We talked quite a lot and ensuring, obviously we talked about DOT standards, wanting to make sure we're clear on that. We had a very lengthy conversation over a couple meetings about some of the fire code standards, ensuring that we're able to fight fires effectively in Nash County. One of the common issues with that was the turnarounds and cul-de-sac standards for stubs, ensuring that you have a 96-foot wide turning radius diameter, and additionally having the requirement, which I believe is not listed on here, apologize for that, of a wider road type, and it may be listed on another slide, a wider road section or pavement section, let me be more clear, to ensure that Nash County Fire and EMS has the ability to operate their equipment and matching the standards of the fire code. Obviously, when we're working with pump trucks, we don't have the water throughout Nash County to handle fighting fires. It is a very unique setup. And we don't want to have the situation where you're getting two trucks stuck halfway in the dirt on either side of the road. And then obviously making sure that they are turning around and being able to get out and not being stuck in a cul-de-sac that is too small. So it's aligning a lot of those standards, and we went through a ton of scenarios with this and talked about. I really appreciate the Fire Marshal's Office for joining us for those and joining us for some of our internal conversations to go through it. But this is something that allows additionally some flexibility. Fire Marshal's Office is part of the technical review committee. If the developer has something else that they're able to achieve the goals that they're looking for to meet the fire code, to meet the standards, they can be addressed during the subdivision review process as part of the TRC, and it allows that flexibility. But so if we have questions about that, I'm happy to talk a little bit more about it. But yeah.
Sir, I know there was some discussion during the steering committee. Did these dimensions this here, does that meet what the fire marshal department was requiring? Okay.
The dimensions that you see in this diagram, they're straight out of the fire code. Right now, the fire code that we're working out of right now is 2018 North Carolina Fire Code. We were supposed to go into a new fire code back in January, but due to Hurricane Helene and a couple other situations, that code has been delayed. Right now, there's talk that we may never even go to that code. So we don't know what it holds right now as far as going to the new code. But if the new code's ever adopted, this diagram is now within the code.
So this meets what y'all need.
So this does meet.
Thank you, sir.
Adam, what about the pavement width, not in the turnaround, but just the regular?
Sorry, yeah, along the local streets within the subdivision, that was an issue of the potential for tires of either side of the trucks to go through and be running in the dirt. Obviously, DOT standard lane width is 20 feet, but because of the size of our vehicles and the size of the setups that they often have, they requested a additional 4 feet to make a minimum of these local roads being 24 feet wide pavement. And DOT so graciously agreed and had no issue with that expanded requirement, and that they would not have any issues with the maintenance responsibility of those as well.
So I think we're having a little trouble reconciling our memories here. Did the steering committee recommend 24 feet, or was that something that was left to be enacted if and when the new fire code becomes effective?
From my memory, it was recommended based off of DOT's acceptance and understanding of that additional requirement.
Okay.
I think there was concern over the cost of that, and I believe that was maybe spoken of early on, but
Yeah.
if it changes, happy to modify.
My recollection on that was that and it's one of those issues I think we're leaving to our last meeting. I think it's one of the few things that we did not discuss at our last meeting. So my recollection of that is that it was still left open. We never actually reached a decision on that one.
So with that, obviously, we probably want to come to a conclusion of whether the requirement to widen those roads from DOT's minimum requirements of 20 feet to a 24 feet at the request of Fire Marshal's Office, although it's not currently in the fire code, it is a request to be able to fight fires in these new subdivisions. Do we have any questions, concerns that we might need to address?
Or could you kind of articulate briefly why the fire marshal's office has that request?
So the 24 feet is not within any code, and it's not proposed to be within the fire code. This is just a request from the fire marshal's office to go to 24 feet due to having to have those water haul operations. A lot of areas within the county, we have inadequate water supply from fire hydrants. So we're having to use tankers to haul this water into these subdivisions. They dump into a dump tank, and then they haul the water out. So they're constantly back and forth to a water source within these subdivisions. The trucks are passing along the roadway. And so we've requested for subdivisions that do not have adequate water supply minimum hydrants to be 24 foot wide. Now, if it has fire hydrants that meet the minimum fire flow requirements for these residential subdivisions, then they can revert back to the 20 feet minimum road width DOT standard. But for the ones that do not have fire hydrants that meet minimum fire flow, we're requesting the 24 foot wide pavement width.
I think we can make the assumption that it's gonna be rare that we have fire hydrant capabilities in subdivisions, so I don't think we need to be hung up on that. We just need to go one way or the other. And I'm just gonna tell you, that extra 4 feet adds a tremendous cost to a home when you move in that home. That's why DOT's is 20 feet. And yes, you can what if yourself, and my 9 years on the building code council, I've said this so many times, people got tired of hearing me say it, but you know, you just can't cover every situation, but you'll be adding several $1,000s to the cost of every home to require that extra 4 foot of pavement. So if that's what the majority of us want to do, that's what we're doing, but we're working against the idea of we want affordable homes in Nash County. And I don't think the trade-off in the rare instance that you have a fire and need that tank. Certainly we had one in our district. I'm not sure it was in Commissioner Outlaw's of mine, but right on the edge recently, and it was an issue, but you got through it. So I'm not in favor of that, but that's the reason I'm not, is because of the extra cost involved in it, what it adds to a home.
Mr. Howard?
Would there be a legal issue if DOT says 20 and we say 24, and a developer comes in and says, hey, wait a minute, you're more restrictive than the DOT? Is that would that be an issue?
It would only be an issue if there was something about the wider pavement that would prevent DOT from adopting and maintaining that road.
Okay.
And we've already vetted that and don't have any concerns.
So I think we're trying to treat a symptom here instead of the root cause. And the root cause of this, we're having this discussion, is because we don't require Nash County fire hydrants in large subdivisions, which I believe all the counties around us have fire hydrant requirements in the subdivision. And I believe the city of Rocky Mount requires it in subdivisions. So because we're an exception, and it's not pointing fingers at anybody this here, but that was previous leadership's decision that was made, has got us in the situation that we're in today. So I'm just throwing this out, and I guess this is a question to the fire marshal. Obviously, we can't get fire hydrants everywhere tomorrow. It's something we need to work towards as a county, not just for fire hydrants, but also for water supply, to have water countywide as well. But does it have to be paved? Because I think part of the problem is just the vehicles getting by each other. And if you have a subdivision to where it's graded out to where you've got the 30 foot and it's flat basically with a low ditch, you can still get by. But a lot of the subdivisions I've seen, you did a 20 foot of asphalt and it drops straight off in a ditch, and there's no way for the vehicles to get by, which is causing the problem, correct? So if you had an extra 2 foot on either side, it was so much, I refer to, I guess, DOT as a shoulder, then whether it was paved or gravelled or even dirt and grass, it would still allow the fire apparatuses to get by, correct?
Not just dirt and grass, because it would have to be all-weather access. So if it's dirt and grass on a wet day, we still won't have trucks that are gonna be mowing down, possibly stuff, once they get off of that pavement. So that 24 foot wide pavement width would have to be of all-weather access. To speak to the previous gentleman's question as far as legality, the fire code does have authority in it, written in the fire code, and the specific language is the fire code official shall have the authority to require or permit modifications to required access widths where they are inadequate for fire and rescue operations or where necessary to meet the public safety objectives of the jurisdiction. So we have that authority through the fire code to require any widths that we deem necessary to meet the fire operations. However, we're just asking for it to be put into the UDO, so therefore there's no questions asked if we ever see the issue that we need wider width pavement widths.
This is only when fire hydrants are not present.
That's what we're recommending. However, Commissioner Davis is saying
Kim, did you want to speak to that from a DOT perspective? Because I think we discussed some of that, the reasons for why we didn't shoulder things necessarily.
Yeah. As concerning DOT, I think that's a good idea what you're coming up with, but DOT is not gonna wanna have to own or maintain shoulders that are gravel. It's just, it's a huge cost on us, and it's a constant maintenance thing, which is why we do asphalt. We would have no problem with the shoulders, but I'm not sure if that would be considered like widening the shoulders before you have that ditch line. I'm not sure if that would meet what you guys need. I will state that, 20 foot is what our minimum is and what the majority of our roads are in the county. We do have a lot of roads that are 18 feet wide. The only concern, and this is just from a DOT perspective, I'm not trying to make a decision here, is we have a tremendous amount of problem with speeding in subdivisions. I get probably 5 to 10 calls a week from subdivisions, people saying, hey, speed limit's 25, they're 55 miles in here. And regrettably, we can't do anything with that. We're not a law enforcement agency. I will say that, widening the road, sometimes it gives people more of a visual of I'm just going to use the term like a drag strip. And so the wider the roads, we have more speeding problems. The more narrower the roads, it does tend to control people just a little bit. And I don't know if that needs to be taken into consideration at all. But yeah, but as far as what they're asking, DOT will take over, own, and maintain 24 feet wide. I've run that all the way to the top, so.
I think from my perspective, my concern rolls back to, after talking with you about it, and, just thinking about it, we do have some narrow roads. We are in the county, so we've got a lot of home sites that are on narrow roads that we've already got to respond to if there's a fire there. And then you look at the increased costs that we're putting in. It's not really a developer cost. At the end of the day, it's a cost for homeowners in Nash County to widen the road, and it's a 20% increase in your cost of your asphalt that you're putting down. So you're looking at increasing depending on how the lots go and depending on how that's laid out. When I looked at it, you're looking at $4,000 to $8,000 increase per lot in a subdivision. And we've got to look at it, I think, from the perspective of, is that a cost that we are okay passing along to every future resident that buys a new home in a subdivision in Nash County? That's how we've got to kind of weigh it that way. And I know we're also weighing that against the life safety issues that are involved when there is a fire. How do you put a number on that? You can't. But and maybe the better solution is, as you suggested, how do we figure out how to get fire hydrants everywhere? How do we tackle that problem? But again, that comes at a cost as well, so.
Commissioner Davis.
Oh, Commissioner Howell, you made a statement that the counties surrounding us have, hydrants requirements, and that's, I don't think to be true. I don't know of any county that requires hydrants in a countywide water system. I know Halifax does it, I know Edgecombe does it, I know Wilson does it. So, we're doing what most other counties do. There may be a Wake County may, I'm not sure, but we're doing what we can afford to do to get public water to everybody. If you put a requirement to provide fire service on every water system extension we do, we won't be doing it anymore, because the money's just not there to do it. So I want us to be very careful moving forward, to not think that we can do that, because it's an impossibility. The numbers just don't work. And I think history will prove that to be true. What Nash County did was missed the opportunity to put in a water system 20 years before we started putting in water systems, because the elected officials at that time didn't see it to be a priority, and therefore we didn't start. But even those counties that did, they don't have hydrants everywhere in the county or anywhere near everywhere in the county. They're just like we are.
I have to disagree with your statement, sir. I've checked into Wilson County, and I know Rocky Mount requires it, which is half of Nash County. All subdivisions they build, they require that with the high density.
Indeed, they do.
So, and again, you did point out that previous leadership made an error, in my judgment, and did not elect to take the opportunity of grants and put in countywide water systems. But I do believe all the counties around us do have countywide water except Nash County.
They do
And I
have
do
countywide
believe
water.
the majority of them have hydrants every
Uh-huh.
3,000 feet. Not everywhere, but the majority of it, and they're requiring it going forward. And I think this whole discussion is around giving access to emergency vehicles to be able to put out fires because with the lack of the fire hydrants. So my point is the root cause is here, we don't have water. And that's the most economical thing to fix, is number one, we need countywide water to put more subdivisions in. Number two, it's time for us to take the right decision as leaders of this county and look after what's going forward with the infrastructure. We know the growth is coming. We've got 4,500 to 5,000 people on county water today. And we've got several more screaming for it. We have 246 people in our sewer system, which is a joke. So we've got to invest in this infrastructure to make all this development work properly and save these costs on passing on to our citizens in Nash County. So that's all I'm asking the boards to do is look at this, fix the root problem. I mean, fix the root problem for our citizens that's here today, because a lot of them are on groundwater, they're on shallow wells. We're gonna keep developing and putting new houses in. As we do that, if we don't have county water, then we're gonna dry those wells up, and the cost of those homeowners is average $10,000 per customer. They can't afford it. So they need our help and our leadership to make the right decision on this. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Well, that's the price we pay, because I remember when I was working for the county, how they rejected doing countywide water. And other counties around us were taking advantage of the grants, and some of them are federal, to develop a countywide water system. And we left it alone.
Let me ask the question this way. So let's say we don't do 24 foot. We just leave it at 20 foot. What, I mean, these subdivisions, I mean, you guys on the commissioners know, we know it on the planning board. I mean, almost every meeting, there's one or two subdivisions, maybe sometimes three. So they're not stopping anytime soon. So I don't know what it would take to get county water fire hydrants, but I don't think that's gonna happen in a year. And we're approving these subdivisions 3 and 4 a month. So if we don't do 24-foot wide roads, what's the liability?
The issue we're having is they're building houses a lot closer together. Having the exposures, and that fire risk.
Right. Okay, I get, go ahead. So, okay, all right. So my question is 20 foot versus 24 foot, okay? These, I'll call them dense subdivisions for lack of a better word, because they are. They're close enough. There's one fire in one house that can jump to another or the one behind it. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. We're not gonna get fire hydrants anytime soon. So 20 foot versus 24. In these subdivisions, what's the liability if we don't go to 24?
Basically, what we're running into is the fact that we're not able to provide adequate water supply to these houses in a sufficient amount of time, being able to get these trucks in and out of these subdivisions.
Because the roads aren't wide enough?
Right, yes, sir.
So if
Because
you've got
we're
two
finding
trucks in there,
There's vehicles parked along the
right,
roadways.
right.
So we're having to dodge them, basketball goals, trash cans, things like that are all on these roadways that we're having to maneuver around. So that's the reason why these wider roads, plus, like I mentioned before, we have to set up dump tank operations. So these are the large 3,000 gallon tanks that we put in the roadway are all just to the shoulder of the road. And we're having to get trucks past those so they can go down to the cul-de-sac, turn around and come back up, to haul that water. So and I've got pictures I can show of a fire recently that we had that operation, and trucks were having to run all off the road to get past these dump tanks.
So okay, I got you. I'm with you. So my question to the group is this. So let's say we have a subdivision out there that only have 20-foot roads on it. And fire happens, and because of the lack of access, or whatever how you want to say it, I'm gonna say access, coming and going, 6 homes burned, where if you had the 24-foot, it may be only one house would have burned, or 2. So that's the question, I think, because we're not gonna get fire hydrants in the county. It might be 20 years before you get enough of them out there. So the question we have to ask, are we, and I get it's more expensive. I get, $100,000 house sitting out there may be 108. But when you build the houses, you're gonna know that anyway. So that's the question to me we have to answer. Do we feel, from a safety standpoint, we're doing the citizens of Nash County correct if we put 20-foot roads in, and is a dense fire, and a fire in a dense subdivision that burned more homes than it should because we couldn't get the fire trucks in and out? That's the question. To me.
Adam, is this something maybe that we would look at, maybe having a focus on with our public comment as we start trying to get public comment and get a broader perspective from the county as far as, well, here's your options, here's what that looks like, here's your costs. to
That's a good
inform our decision
opportunity.
better.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity to bring that up when we have members of the general public, members of the development community who might be engaged in that conversation, and they can express their concerns.
Because I think when you do that, you need to have these guys there to explain the difference between 20-foot and 24-foot if there's a fire in a dense subdivision.
I suspect I know what the development community's attitude is gonna be. Right. Well, let me say this, since the steering committee didn't come to a consensus on this, let me ask the chairman, do you think it would be appropriate to maybe take a quick poll on the standard 20-foot versus the higher 24-foot, just to see where we are in terms of support, so that the staff has a little more instruction about how far to pursue this? I think that the fire marshal's office has done a good job of engaging throughout the process and articulating what their needs are, and I kind of feel like I owe it to them to put the question to you as far as where we stand on the current 20-foot versus the 24-foot. Would you be agreeable to a quick poll on that?
Yeah, Chris, you got
I
something?
just want to ask one quick question.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I heard him ask about the liability. How many more houses will burn per year with the narrow street? I mean, I need to distill it down to something simple.
I don't think he can quantify that.
There is no number then I'll go with the 20-foot. There's no number.
Has DOT got any plan to go back and all the roads we have in the county, add 4 foot to it?
No, when we resurface our roads and during our regular maintenance stuff, if it's an 18-foot wide road, we do widen it out to 20.
20,
If
right.
we have roads that, the ADT has significantly increased and we have a lot of concerns with, we will widen that out to 22 perhaps. But I would say on standard and average, it's 20 foot, and that's what we shoot for. So. On your rural county roads, obviously NC 97, NC 58, those roads, we try to make those wider, so.
To see what the majority of people think, just to see where that lies.
Okay, Mr. Bedfield? We were gonna take a quick poll, here, if that's okay, that's what you wanna do? All right, we're gonna go with, who's okay with the standard of 20 feet? Raise your hand.
20.
We'll go with 20 feet. All right. Anybody count? Let's see. Hold your hands up again. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. All right. All in favor to 24 feet. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If the area has fire hydrants, stick with the 20.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 8, right?
About even. Didn't help.
Okay, see, well, right now, we'll leave it at 20, and then, like I said, we're gonna have the public hearing and see how that goes.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Could I ask one more question? While we're taking consensus vote, and I know we still got the funding, it would be an issue, but could I take a consensus vote on the board's consensus on starting to enforce or provide fire hydrants in these subdivisions if the county can get the funding for it going forward like our counterparts do? Because again, the fire hydrants would eliminate the additional cost for this, number one. Number two, they're only required every 3,000 feet. And that would eliminate the situations of having to do 24 foot. Not to mention, it would lower our taxpayers' insurance rate because by having available fire hydrants, their tax rate is going to be lower. It would also reduce the financial burden on our fire departments to continue to have as many tankers to get in and out of these places because they could use the fire hydrants and use regular trucks. So I think it would be just interesting to see from the board standpoint who would support that, knowing we've got to look at the funding possibility, how we can do that, but whether we should still try to pursue this because we are an oddity around the surrounding counties that we don't have countywide water. And it's 85 cents a foot difference to install a 6-inch water line versus a 4-inch water line. So the cost is minimal, same amount to dig the hole.
It's while we're going through this UDO process, my concern of having that type of a vote is something that is a consensus as part of this may confuse what is being adopted as part of the ordinance, what is being required right now, and I would kindly ask that that be something that is maybe addressed at a later date.
The only thing that the UDO has to do really in a meaningful way with public utilities is determining when a developer has to connect or extend. The specifications of what they have to construct, for example, whether it is large enough to support fire suppression, that kind of requirement would live in a utilities ordinance and would not be necessarily the purview of the planning board and the UDO.
Correct.
So it's certainly undeniable that it's related to development, but it's a more technical thing that would be set by the county's utility policy, not in the UDO, but in a utility ordinance document.
Yeah. And I would hope if that was something that is determined at a later date, that may be something that the manager's office may explore the opportunity.
Before we
All right.
business at hand and come back and address it later.
You may have said this on stub roads.
Yeah.
So some of these stub roads, Adam, we see are just a road. They don't have a cul-de-sac, right?
Correct.
So how does that fit into this?
Well, we haven't got to stub roads yet. That's
Okay.
later in the package.
Okay, all right.
Give me a few more slides and we'll
Okay,
get to
that's
it.
fine.
Believe it or not, there's more to come.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we talked about earlier was obviously the issues of those limited access easements, some of those requirements that are included within the current ordinance to allow kind of unique situations that you might see there, where there is a corner front lot and a access easement that extends to up to 3 additional lots behind that. What the reason for that is with the development potential or development opportunity of that piece of property, that it was restricted to say it could not become a major subdivision because of its width or the ability to serve it with septic systems, things along those lines. And that was a concern that was brought up by staff, by the land development plan, to find a way to address these things. There was an initial conversation about the concern of private roads and the number of lots serving by those private roads, but private roads are built and designed to a DOT specification that allows for emergency access. And it's a unique thing in a rural county area to maintain those private road systems. What was recommended and through our discussion was modifying the allowance for these limited access easements. They are not designed to DOT standards. They are just for those situations where the person has a unique piece of property. They want to subdivide the area behind it, or in the situations like we talked about previously, the opportunity for someone to subdivide a piece of property that does not have direct road frontage while connecting to an access easement. The previous standards would not have allowed that, because if you had a 50 or 100 acre farm, you can't prove you can't put only 4 septic systems on 100 acres. I'd be shocked to find a piece of property that's 100 acres in size that can't hold more than 4 septic systems, or some form of utility processing system. So in addition, with these access easements, there's concern of safety. Obviously, you have multiple homes on these properties or these access easements, and ensuring that we have adequate fire and emergency service access to those, restricting those down to a maximum. From my notes, it was a maximum of 2 total. So you could have a front corner and a rear property to be subdivided. So you could basically cut off the top 2 lots on that. So you could have the situation where you have 2 lots stacked on each other, which would prevent extensive access easements that are narrow.
Chris, what was the fire code requirement for having to improve the easement based on the number of homes? 3 or more. So if you had a front lot that fronted on the main road and then an easement crossing that lot that served 2 more homes, would that not qualify for having to be improved because the front lot was on the main road? Even if they were all using the same drive? So I recalled that we were gonna do 1 corner lot and then 2 deep.
That's fair.
Because that was the maximum we could do without having to trigger the fire code improvement.
Yep.
Do you recall that? Yeah.
My notes may have just said 2, and I took to mean total.
But the main point is this removes a lot of the headache in qualifying to develop on an easement, because you don't have to prove limited development potential anymore. But as a compromise, it also reduces the number of lots that can be served on an easement by bringing it down from a total of 4 to a total of 3. And we didn't arrive at that number in a vacuum. That is the number that will prevent the developer from having to significantly improve that road for fire response.
Seeing none. So block length and connectivity, we talk a lot about streets, we talk a lot about how we're going to serve these things. One of the issues that we had, or that was expressed with the land use plan, was concern of the maximum block length of 1,200 feet. What the land use plan recommended shortening those to more suburban standards that were around 600 feet, which are a drastic reduction and would be, a situation internally to a subdivision. You'd only have like 6 homes on a lot. Your blocks would be small because of the way we have our 100-foot wide lots on these internal roads. But there is some understanding of the need for bringing that number down. Again, this is a deep conversation as part of the emergency services, what they can actually pull their fire lines for, where bringing the maximum block length to 1,000 feet helps to kind of preserve the firefighting abilities, and not having to stretch those water lines. A truck and the operations for those pumps can be handled at the intersection, and they could still fight the fires that are at the end of a cul-de-sac. So you wouldn't have a situation of a bogged down end of a cul-de-sac situation, where you wouldn't be able to turn vehicles around while they were still trying to fight fires. So very limited in what it did. It's just reducing the maximum from 1,200 feet to 1,000 feet.
So is that gonna be a strict requirement?
Yes.
Okay. We've had that discussion.
Yep. And I mean, and to echo what Adam said,
The steering committee took a much more conservative approach than what was recommended by the land use plan, by only reducing, they didn't change the minimum block length at all, and they only reduced the maximum block length from 1,200 feet to 1,000 feet. And again, that was to improve emergency access and street connectivity. But it didn't go nearly as far as the comprehensive land use plan had recommended. And so I think this is a good compromise.
So in the same conversation, we're talking about these improved access connectivity standards and stub roads. We're talking more and more about that. Obviously, there is a need to ensure that you have adequate stub roads for, subdivisions that are adjacent to undeveloped property, so that you would have a situation for both fire, EMS, sheriff's department. You have that connectivity in the future as subdivisions build out, and they're not forced to drive all the way out to the main road, loop back around and come back in when they're dealing with any sort of emergency. I pointed out this as an example from what you all may see. I do not remember the neighborhood off the top of my head, but you see the highlighted yellow where there are existing stub roads. And then you could see, based off of the standards that we proposed, which is a calculation based off of the perimeter of the property. So for every 1,000 linear feet of property boundary, you would be required to have one stub road. So this keeps continuity between the block lengths. You're going to have some way to stub to the adjacent properties, keeping that block length requirement, so you don't have the real long streets within these subdivisions. Obviously, this is an increase of what was required, but there is some exceptions to the rule that we proposed, where obviously don't stub to adjacent properties that are developed. Don't stub to streams, because the likelihood of that crossing is not going to happen. Don't stub to properties that are less than 10 acres, because those properties are not going to be developed to the same extent as the adjacent subdivisions and are likely under single ownership for residential property. So just keeping these increased standards and ensuring that it is something that is maintained by DOT, which I think we'll touch on in the next couple slides. We'll talk about that. I want to get
Road requirements are somewhat arbitrary, and so this gives it some structure. It also creates an ordinance where a developer can look at the formula and more or less determine how many stub roads he has to provide, instead of being surprised at the TRC or the planning board when that topic comes up.
Correct.
So it provides some parameters for making that decision, which up to now has been concerningly arbitrary.
Yes. And they would stub to anything and everything and not be in the best places.
Right.
Talking about subdivision design, talking about access, ensuring we have safe access in these subdivisions. This was kind of a little example as subdivisions turn in with development, and we'll talk a little bit more about these things later on. There comes an issue where you have driveways that are right adjacent to the primary road coming in, or where the subdivision is garnering its access. And you have situations where you might have 2 or 3 driveways real close to that intersection. And so you have people who are coming off a 55-mile-an-hour road and apparently probably not braking as fast or as much as they need to, whipping around a turn, and they might turn into a situation where they are very close or in a collision situation with a car that might be backing out of their driveway. And this is something that we propose to ensure that there is a separation. It's a stem length separation at 150 feet back. It would prevent a driveway from being placed there. This is something that goes in line with the additional streetscape landscape buffers to ensure that the visual impact that a car coming in would not, make contact with a vehicle that's within the subdivision. So something we propose with that. To kind of loop this back all together, this was the, like I said, the calculation of 1,000 linear feet of property boundary, or one stub per 1,000 linear feet of property boundary. Having that 50-foot stem length or 150-foot stem length. And with regard to stubs, one of the things that was commonly brought up, the 150-foot length of the stub. What does that mean? Obviously, well, actually something that I was not fully aware of. If a proper or stub road is not addressed or does not have a certain number of homes on it, DOT does not take over maintenance. So as a way to ensure that that those stub roads do not go into disrepair, do not just become basketball courts or parking lots, it includes the requirements to ensure that that happens, which requires stub roads to serve at least 4 platted lots with occupied homes with a minimum of 2 lots having primary access to the cul-de-sac or stub. Obviously, that likely is going to increase the stub length and lead to a temporary turnaround or cul-de-sac of some form. But that ensures that you have homes facing those stub roads, ensures that it is going to become DOT's maintenance responsibility and that they are not left in disrepair and are more likely to be connected in the future.
Maybe we've answered, but like this stub road here at the end of that 150. So if there's a fire down at that last house, I mean, there's no cul-de-sac there. So the fire truck has to go in and back out. Is that right?
If it's less than 150, it does not have to have the temporary turnaround requirements because it is not as dangerous to back up a fire truck that far, or the likelihood is you'll be fighting it from the intersection.
Well, that was my question.
But if it's less than 150, it would be as short as that orange part of your diagram.
Yeah.
There.
Yes. That.
But I think you mentioned earlier that sometimes we have a stub road that doesn't have a permanent cul-de-sac.
Right.
NCDOT has recently made a change statewide to their policy where you used to be able to build a stub road to the property and then you could have a temporary turnaround around it that might be gravelled, and it was designed to go away after the connecting road is finished on the other side.
Right.
DOT in the last few months has announced a change to their policy where in order to be eligible for DOT adoption, your stub road has to have a permanent paved cul-de-sac.
Oh, great.
And so, whereas that might have been something we debated over,
Right, we did.
that has been handled by DOT because we don't want to create roads that aren't adoptable by them, and that has become part of their minimum requirement.
I like that. That's good. That's good.
And then just for clarification, it's 4 platted lots have to touch this stub road.
Right.
2 of the lots can have driveway access on what I would call, like, say, your main road, but they have the option to have access on that stub road. So
Right.
only 2 of your homes are required to have access on the stub road. The other 2 can have access on the stub road, but they can also have access onto the main road. It's this the potential for those other 2. So just to clarify. And that came out, I don't remember what the date of the memo is, but it was
Very recent.
February,
Yeah.
March, something like that, and it's statewide.
That's a great
so.
improvement.
And we found that out the hard way because we tried to submit a subdivision and they're gonna allow us to grandfather it in, which I think they're gonna do that, by the way, allow us to grandfather some stuff in, but going forward from the date of that memo, anything, they will not allow us to grandfather it in. So we don't want any of these developers to get stuck with, or these communities to get stuck with all these little random roads that nobody owns and maintains, so.
I have a question. Great. DOTs, once another developer comes in and attaches it to that stub where that bulb is now permanent, what happens to that bulb?
The bulb would have to be, and it says this in the wording of the document that came out, the second developer or the same developer, whichever that comes in, he or she is required to make that road whole and remove asphalt or whatever it takes to keep it to the NCDOT standards. Yeah.
Because they're operating in the DOT's adopted right-of-way, they're legally able to do that.
They don't have to negotiate permission to go
Correct.
over
Yes,
there
yeah.
to
They're
do it
operating
because it's
in
dedicated.
DOT right-of-way.
Correct.
That's good. That's a great improvement.
I didn't pick that title. This is something that was part of the land use plan, promoting neighborhood scale, commercial and walkable connections. Obviously, we talked about not having these sort of suburban connectivity requirements, things like that, but we wanted to make sure that what was written in the code is a vehicular or pedestrian connection between adjacent compatible uses. So if you got commercial to commercial, you are still having those, that you're having a vehicular connection and lessening the requirement of someone from driving out onto the primary road and back into the adjacent property. So this just helps to reduce some of the vehicular accidents and improve the vehicular safety of these connections. Open space dedication, again, this is something that we talk about because we hit it in multiple things as part of the land use plan. That was another issue that was rejected. But what was recommended for approval, or at least to have further discussion on, was the inclusion of a conservation subdivision as a way for resource preservation, not solely dedicating it as to unused, untouched, no one can do anything with this property, but it is property that might be able to be maintained by a agriculture farmer or someone along those lines. So with that, some of the standards that we proposed as part of this, and these are in line similar to some of the other conservation subdivisions that we've seen. It allows the density to be determined by the underlying zoning district, but the minimum dimensional requirements, lot width, setbacks, things like that, would revert to the R10, obviously smaller lot sizes, smaller lot widths. There would be a type A, as we talked about before, 50-foot planted buffer surrounding the residential lots to count or to preserve the agricultural area around those lots and increase the separation, but those would not be part of the conservation area. And then all the remaining area outside the residential lots as part of the roads, stormwater ponds, utilities would be preserved in a conservation area and be accompanied and recorded for a binding conservation agreement and easement, which is something that would be determined by the county attorney at that time. The minimum requirements that we proposed was a 0.4 acre requirement per lot as you go down. I think, yep, I do have on the next slide a example of that. So if you had a 100-acre piece of property in R40 zoning, the maximum number of lots would be 108. The dimensional standards obviously would revert to the R10, which is a 10,000 square foot lot, a lot width of 75 feet. And because of that 0.4 of an acre per unit, you'd have a minimum conservation requirement of that 100 acres to be 43.2-ish acres. And you would be restricted from having, obviously 34.6 acres could not be streams, ponds, buffers, wetlands, things that are already required to be protected by the state. So you're not running into that issue. Obviously, the calculation is of minimums, but we want to talk about what could be. So if in these situations, you could have a residential conservation subdivision where you were conserving up to about 70 acres of property that would be left in a conservation easement, and everything else would be a more dense development type.
Okay, so if it's R4, it's 108 housing. If you go to R10 with the restrictions you're saying, how many houses is that?
No, it's the dimensional requirements of R10. So we're not trying to create your setbacks, your lot width, things like that, and your lot size. So they could have 10,000 square foot lots at 75 feet wide with the setbacks that R10 requires. And you would still have the ability to do that 108 lots. You'd just be able to do it on a much smaller area and much smaller footprint to preserve at minimum 43 acres of that 100 acres in conservation.
When you get this in front of the public, you need to talk slow.
Got it.
Because R10 and R20, that's what we get 40 and 50 people coming to our meetings. But if what you're saying What I get you saying, it's really the same amount of homes,
Mhm.
because you're conserving a big part of that property. And that's what they need to hear.
Yeah.
Not the fact that it's gonna be densely, because it is gonna be more dense, but no, it's not gonna be any more homes, because so that's,
Absolutely, I understand.
that's gonna be very important to the public.
Approximately the same number of buildings. But if the developer is willing to commit to the preservation of large tracts of natural land or agricultural land, then they get a lot of flexibility in their dimensional requirements. And how extreme they can take those dimensional requirements are dependent upon whether they're gonna rely on septic systems or if they're gonna invest in, an on-site wastewater treatment package plant or something of that nature.
I guess my point, I think. Present it like you're doing, it's not really more homes.
Right.
Then the public, they're not gonna like it either way, but you won't get the argument, well, R40 is 108 and R10 is 220. No, it's still the same amount, because they can conserve. I just think that's gotta be really slowly
Understood.
explained, because we hear a lot of that in the meetings about how dense these things are, R10s. That's good, that's good.
Adam, I've got one comment on that,
Alright.
just from my standpoint. I would still like us to consider going down to R6 on that,
Mhm.
just to provide some additional flexibility in those. And also, I don't know whether that's part of it, but I just really think we should allow that. If you're gonna go that option, then it's a by right option. I think we need to make that clear.
Yeah.
And I think that should be something that we're in agreement on, but that's my take on it, is if you're gonna go that route with conservation in place, that's your incentive to do that, is you get to do this by right, you're avoiding public hearings.
Mhm.
Because that is essentially what, especially since our land use plan, that is essentially what people have said they wanted, not in those words, but it's, we want the county to look like the county, we want there to be farmland preserved,
Mhm.
and we don't want to just see rooftops. And that's the only way I can think that we accomplish that.
And it's not saying that a developer is always gonna choose that route, but it allows for the opportunity where it wasn't allowed previously.
Keep in mind, if we have somebody take advantage of this, and they don't like it, we change rules for the next one.
Didn't do it.
Well, I mean, if we have somebody who chooses to exercise this option, I don't mean take advantage of the negative
Oh, yeah.
connotation.
I think, I mean, we have had, I don't think we've had an R10, but we've had subdivisions for R20 that we've said, we want R30, R40, but this kind of solves the problem. Because there's no more homes, no more denser, really. It is, but it's not. I think
Does anybody have any input on it being a by right option? Meaning that as long as they're not asking for more homes than they could get under the current zoning, they would not have to go through a public hearing. They would just have to meet the administrative standards of the ordinance.
kind of like R40 is today.
Yeah, or any zone. If you're developing
Yeah.
in
In that zone,
in that zone without changing the density,
Right.
then you don't have to have a public meeting. You just have to meet the minimum requirements of the ordinance.
I don't think that's a problem.
So just to make sure I understand, we're gonna look at doing this, and I think it's a compromise between developers and what the citizens in Nash County want. It's a blend to preserve land and also give benefits to developers for being able to do it in a smaller area. They don't get increased density, which is what the citizens don't want, but at the like time, they don't have to invest as much money in infrastructure to get the same number of houses to make it profitable for them as
Right.
well. And some people don't care about large lots, so it gives you the both worlds. And I guess if it don't sell, they'll quit building them, right?
Mhm.
But just to be clear, the land that's gonna be used in conservation, that will be put in a permanent conservation easement or conservation, similar to what we're doing with our farmland preservation program, to where it can never be built on.
Right. So I don't want to call it a conservation easement because that implies that it won't be touched. And we do want to leave it available for agricultural use. But it would be an easement that would prevent any sort of development while being flexible enough to either let it remain in its natural state or be continued to be used for agriculture, but never to be developed.
And to explain that, just to make sure I'm clear on it, agriculture would mean it would be used for forestry, farming, agriculture, or for livestock. And it would still be permissible to build structures on it to those agricultural purposes, correct? As it
I
is
would-
with our conservation
I
program.
think
So
we
if they
would-
need to build a shelter
I
or,
think we would model it
building.
very closely after
okay,
that.
so it'd be similar,
type of agreement.
basically like that program, okay.
But it could not turn into residential housing or commercial or industrial development. It would have to be agriculture or untouched natural.
And we're requiring a buffer around that as well, is that correct?
So the buffer, rather than being around the entirety of
The
Be around the-
subdivision is about
Nine.
where the actual
Where the homes
development
are,
is
the back
occurring.
of it.
Yes.
So really, there's no need to hold a public hearing or bring this before the Board of Commissioners or Planning Board in it. I mean, if it's gonna be at
Because
right.
they're already having to meet those strict set of rules.
Yeah. And it would speed up the process for development.
Because really with R6, I wouldn't have a problem with that, that's 6,000-foot lots, right? But with the same thing. Well, I think the public might say, are you gonna build small enough homes on those lots that's gonna take our home values down around us? And if the answer is no, then that's, because they're gonna ask that, because they say that now, and not, you know.
I think it's important to note, obviously, you know, the typical smaller lot equals smaller home is very common in a lot of our minds.
Right.
I will show you a number of communities that
Well, but-
have 5,000 square foot lots and
Yeah,
somehow
well,
a 5,000 square foot house.
Some people just don't want the yard, so they'll take the big house. and the
Yeah,
small
they
house.
just hit the
That can make
setbacks.
them out in the public though.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
I also think a developer who's gonna exercise this option is looking to provide a different product.
Yeah, if he's gonna
than-
he wants to get everything he can out of what he gets. Yeah, I agree. But
Why would you have a 100-acre lot and the width of homes on that lot just 75 feet?
So I think the 100 acres is what we're starting with in our example. Right? That's the property before it's
Developed,
subdivided.
yes.
So then we would cluster, we would take the number of homes you could get out of that at its regular zoning, and then cluster them all in one area in order to leave the additional area as farmland or natural woods or something like that. So you're mitigating the impact of the housing by clustering it together, but you're forcing the developer to make a binding promise that the other acres will never be developed and will always be a buffer, whether it's farmed or wooded, or has livestock on it. That's the cost of getting the flexibility of being able to put them closer together. And the developer might like putting them closer together because you have to run less road and less water lines, so your infrastructure costs are less.
I was just, is the number of parcels limited? If you had a cluster of parcels that made 100 acres or more, would that qualify the same as one parcel?
If it was contiguous parcels in the same ownership as part of the overall
No,
project,
I'm not sure about the same ownership. It could be, well, you know, several people get together and want to develop their property.
right, but it's all part of the same overall development.
Correct.
Then it could all be looked at as one big perimeter.
So it doesn't have to be the individual have to own all that property. It could be multiple owners.
As long as multiple owners are joined together
Yes,
and committed to the same
Okay.
development plan,
Right.
then it could be looked at as one perimeter.
Right, thank you.
Adam, for one clarification on what you said they would cluster everything in one spot. I think the intent there is to allow flexibility. You may have 2 clusters or 3
Right.
clusters spread out as long as you otherwise meet the requirements, because the goal is this enables you to begin to develop on what's now non-developable, because you're not worried about your septic tanks and sewer lines. So you're trying to preserve that, what is now built, the good land, you preserve that for ag use and preservation. It enables you to relocate in a lot of different ways, whatever that looks like, and whatever the developer's appetite is for the infrastructure costs they've got to put in as they start spreading it out.
Design.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have 2 questions. Maybe it would be
advantageous to the board again to meet potatoes of this. Does the conservation, parcel have to be continuous to the development parcel? So if you were in a multiple parcel scenario and you buy a parcel a mile down the road and you earmark it for conservation,
I think it would have to be within the contiguous perimeter of the development. You
I
could-
would expect so, but I think that's language we need to include.
It needs to specify that it can't be off-site.
Right.
You're not gonna
Start
preserve
defining-
farmland over there, so you can continue to pack in houses over here.
Correct. So, second thing is, language about access to this agricultural conserved area. We've had comments in meetings before about 20 feet roads in some of these neighborhoods is just not quite enough for farming implements and tractors and things. What that access looks like, and if at all possible, divert that access away from the subdivision and back to a state maintained road would be preferable.
So the point, the easement has to be, or the conservation has to be.
The property, correct?
Yeah.
So-
If it's opening it up, so that's no longer an issue.
It ensures it's not just throwing it all at the backside of the property, it's that visual from the roadway to ensure that
The
doesn't.
last line here says dedicated conservation areas shall be prominently visible from the roadway. So you don't end up with the conservation area way back there and you're looking at the houses.
Adam, getting back to something you said earlier about needing to review or not, so. Let's say you have a piece of R30. And the developer wants to zone it to R6 or R10.
Right.
And we have all this stuff in place. You're saying we would not need them, we would not have, that would not have to come before the board? Or
If he uses this option and he won't get more homes than he would have gotten if he developed it at the R30, then he doesn't need to rezone. He's just gonna be a conservation subdivision.
Well, that's true.
Because his density has not gone
Well,
up.
that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree that didn't necessarily have to come before us, if that, was met, yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm with you now, okay.
All right.
That, I don't, if the homes are, yeah, that's right, and why would we need to review it then?
Mhm.
So,
So it'll just be the planning board approval then, if it meets the requirements, the planning board would approve that.
well,
At this time.
Currently,
I-
we're
I
gonna
will-
talk about whether
Yes.
one of our upcoming topics is whether the planning board needs to continue to see subdivisions that are by right, because
yeah, we
you're not, well, I'll save
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
I don't think we need to, be,
So,
yeah.
understand and agreement with conservation subdivisions, we don't seem to have big issues with it. I think we have an understanding that giving the additional flexibility to R6 is a positive. Okay. Public utility connection requirement, that was something that was brought up in the land use plan, brought up on countless situations. What we proposed, and I provided a nice visual with piece properties that you guys are well aware of, what it is 1,000 feet, so you guys can see it. That 1,000 feet is short. It's not a very far extension for a public water system or sewer system. But the steering committee recommended increasing that subdivision utility requirement with a kind of stepped and tiered system. Obviously, the requires a connection to public utilities within 1,000 feet or 100 feet per lot, whichever is greater, with the caveat that there's a maximum extension limit of 3,000 feet, because we know that doesn't need to be miles and miles down the road. There has to be a limit to what you're requiring these subdivisions to connect. So you see an example of 26 lot subdivision times 1,000, you're 2,600 feet. They would require to connect utilities within 2,600 feet. 55 lot subdivision, 55 times 100, 5,500 feet, but they would only have to hit that maximum of 3,000 feet from the public utilities to connect. Pretty simple on that one. All right.
Question on that, Mr. Chairman. So this is actually something that's come up recently, we've actually looked at. So we've got a developer right now, and I think we need to make it fair to all the developers. So we're asking them to connect within 3,000 feet. I think the county needs to put forth an effort as well. If county water is 6,000 feet away, then the county should pay to have that county line, water line run to the 3,000 feet, and then the developer picks up the other 3,000, in this case of your example here, to, again, further extend our county water system. Plus, I think in addition to that, we should set it up to where any other connections to that 3,000 feet that we put on, that we can do some type of connective charge to whoever wants to develop on that. And if somebody comes in, they don't get a free pass on that 3,000 feet that we paid to put in. There needs to be a connection charge to help pay for that, to offset the county spending that money to further that water line out. But I think we need to, if we're gonna require the developers to pay 3,000 feet, and at minimum, the county should be able to extend at least 3,000 feet. I mean, we just did 6,800 feet in the last commissioners meeting for 17 customers. We spent $324,000 to add 17 customers to the water system. And the one I'm talking about specifically, we're looking at 151 houses. And the developer's wanting to do the water line. And I know there's other developers in here tonight that would love to develop more as well, but it shouldn't be one-sided just on the developer. It's not the developer's fault that the county hasn't extended water lines throughout the county. That's something we gotta tackle, and it can't take 20 years to fix. So if we go ahead and start putting this in, I mean, we're getting customers coming on the system, which is gonna increase our revenue for our water system by adding more customers on. But there's gonna need to be some cost share there from the county as well. I'd like to see us put something in there to go along with that.
Commissioner, I don't know what, I mean, once again, whatever the cost is it, can the county, does the county have the funds to do that?
I would be hesitant for us to continue that conversation.
I know,
with
but I'm just
regard
saying,
to
if
this. I
you put
understand.
language in there,
Yes.
then, you know.
But it can't be one-sided. We
Yeah.
can't put, I mean, you shouldn't be hesitant. If you're gonna open the door and have the conversation and put requirements on the developer, there should be discussion and conversations around what the county's gonna do as well. This just isn't a one-way mirror. I mean, it goes both ways.
I agree with you on that. I think that's gonna take us outside of the UDO though, and that's however we handle our, am I right? Utilities ordinances, we need to address that part there
But it should go
to
along with
match
this.
this.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I agree.
I mean, you gotta be fair to developers.
Yeah.
They're putting the funds forward to do development, obviously at a profit for them, but also the risk is in this, and I'll use the same scenario we're just looking at. The developer does not want to put in wells and septic tanks because they know there's residents in there. There's 21 residents around that area. They're all on shallow wells. And as soon as you put in all these wells, it's gonna dry their wells up. So you're gonna cause a financial hardship on 21 citizens around that area, the $10,000 charge to those homeowners, and they can't afford it. We've got the situation right now in Bailey, outside of Bailey, where they're putting all this water in over there and it's doing the same thing. And the developer would not mind hooking to the county water, but there should be county water available for them to hook to. And if we're gonna put the expense on them to pay 3,000 feet, the county should pony up and do the other 3,000 feet. And I know this isn't part of the UDO, but it's tied to it.
I think as long as you don't make it a requirement of the UDO, but work, then I'd be fine about it.
I think some work on the other needs to happen
Yeah.
along with this
Yeah.
to make those work together.
And the only reason I say that from a UDO standpoint is, you know, you start getting to a lot of subdivisions and you start running 3,000 feet to 10 or 12 subdivisions, that's gonna cost the county a lot of money upfront.
But you're getting the customers back the flip side. They're becoming,
Yeah, I'm not
Water
arguing that
customers.
piece, but I mean, you still got to have the money up front to do it. I mean,
and the only way we're gonna grow the water system and put fire hydrants everywhere is increase our customer base.
that I agree with, but I don't know if that's a UDO thing or outside, but, yeah. I agree. Fire hydrant.
I do have a question on this plan here, and that is, we haven't talked about it yet, but this is major subdivision. We are going to define a major subdivision as 5 or more lots being developed at one time. So is it reasonable to expect a 5-lot subdivision to extend public utilities 1,000 feet? Because that would be the fewest number of lots that would trigger the minimum connection, if that makes sense.
That's
I think from our
current.
discussion, I may be remembering wrong, but I thought we talked about a scenario where somebody's putting in that minimum number of lots, and that, will it seem maybe excessive to make them go compared to a 100-lot subdivision? And I was thinking that we had some kind of scale worked out where if it's 4 lots or 5 lots, would they feel back to the minimum rather than you have to do the greater of.
Yeah, if they are classified as a minor subdivision, they would not have these same requirements.
If it was
of
four.
utility. Yes, 4.
But that's the difference, so you got 5 lots, I thought,
So
and
do
I
we
may be
just
remembering wrong, I was thinking that we were doing 5 lots, 500 feet.
We talked about a number of different
Could we just drop the
scenarios.
1,000 and let it be 100 feet per lot up to a maximum of 3,000?
And what's our current minimum?
1,000.
300.
300, we'd be at 300 right now,
Yeah.
so maybe leave that. 300 is your minimum, but it
Plus
just
a-
builds with the lots up to,
So replace the 1,000 with the current minimum of 300, and then you have to do either 100 feet per lot or the 300. Well, you'd never have 300 because you'd have to have more than 4 lots to even trigger it.
we've got something.
So could we just drop the 1,000 and say that you have to do 100 feet per lot until you hit the max of 3,000?
I don't see an issue with that. But we will need to make sure that it is still classified as major subdivision, because you don't want to have the situation where somebody is just subdividing a piece of property for a family member and being required to extend those utility connections.
Right.
The one thing that I have noticed before, that sometime we do the development and then these issues come up. But we should have a process and a procedure where all services that these developments gonna need, it should be a plan there to provide it. And I have seen some, in fact, I'm living in one in the city of Rocky Mount now, where sewer, they provided the water and everything, and if we go with sewage, and some of us have requested, then we got to pay for it. And it's expensive, real expensive, to get it, to put in a lift, to get it done.
The question I have would be, right now, the county's probably got a limited availability, gallons per day, gallons per minute, something. Seems like this is gonna add a lot of demand. Is the county capable, I don't know, doubling?
Structure.
So,
But I mean, we're behind on infrastructure.
I mean,
But we got the water's in Rocky Mountain, it's available, we just gotta put the pipeline in to get it. All of our water comes from the city of Rocky Mountain.
so it's not a shortage of
One
water.
well, is that correct, Mike? Yeah. Second well, at 97, so.
I didn't know if it was a shortage of water, that's why.
We got it from Rocky Mountain, we just need to lay the pipelines to be able to get it to the residents.
Thank you.
But the developer's required to demonstrate that the system will support the development, if they're connected county water. But yes, the bigger the pipe and the more capacity we have, but the current requirement is, as part of the development process, the design process, they have to pull fire flows on the system, they have to pull pressure on the system and demonstrate that the quantity of water and pressure of water there to support the development.
Thank you.
So get back to what we're talking, so what's the proposal, if it's 4 lots or less?
Exempt.
If it's 4 lots or less, it's a minor subdivision.
You don't have to do anything,
You don't have to extend public utilities,
okay?
and you don't have to serve it internally with a new road. They
Okay.
could front on an existing state road.
5,
5 or more, it's a major. You have to figure out a way to serve them on a new interior road,
Right.
not on the state road.
right,
And if it's only 5, then you have to connect to any public utilities that are within 500 feet.
okay,
If it's 600 feet, and
okay.
increase it
Up to 3,000.
up to 3,000.
So is that, I mean, is there something wrong with that one, I mean, to me, that's about what it should be, I think.
Well, that's what we're
But
proposing.
I thought that you had a concern about something.
You know, the way this reads is that if you've got 5 lots, they'd have to extend 1,000 feet,
Oh, okay.
rather than 500 or whatever we want our absolute minimum to be. We up the minimum from 600 to 1,000,
I don't know what the, let me put it this way, I don't know what the right thing is to do. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but if you go with 100, starting with 5 is pretty easy. If you, I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Maybe 1,000 is the right thing to do if it's 5 houses, up to 3,000. I don't know, but you see what
That
I'm
was my
saying? I don't know what's
That
the
was my
right thing to do.
Right.
Is it 500 times 5, 100 times 6, 100 times 7, or is it 1,000 feet even if it's only 5 houses?
If we're starting at major subdivisions, 500, 5 lots would be the minimum.
Right.
Plus 100 feet per lot. Are we good with that? Where it's not the 1,000? So the 5 lot situation, 6 lot situation is not having to extend that far, that distance. But it starts at the minimum of 500 for major subdivisions.
Yeah, I don't disagree. My only point is that the right thing to do? Is it 1,000?
It would be an increase from what we have currently, which is 300 feet, but
I think that's good with me.
yeah.
The question I have, how much would it cost for 100 feet or a foot of water extension?
Unknown. I do not have that
Does
number.
anybody have a number on that? Because somebody just said $10,000 for a well.
We just approved, 6,800 feet in the last commissioners meeting at a cost of $324,000.
628.
That's for a 6-inch main, so about $70 a foot for a 6-inch main, about $52 a foot for a 4-inch main.
There's a subject matter expert.
So that's $7,000. So if I were developing it, I gotta put in 5 lots, I gotta put in $50,000 worth of well, or I can put in $35,000 worth of water extension.
And it benefits the citizens of the county. I mean,
Well, understand, I mean, that's certainly the most significant cost there is the engineering, the design, the permitting. That's an additional cost for the developer versus.
So you said that's not the number then, okay.
I'm giving you a construction number, that's right.
So was your suggestion to replace the 1,000 with 500?
Yes.
So then, if you're a major subdivision, meaning 5 lots or more, you either have to connect within 500 feet or 100 feet per lot, depending on how many lots you have.
Yes.
So then the minimum size major subdivision is still only having to do 100 feet per lot.
Yes.
I understand.
That's the right thing to do. That's my question.
It's the most fair thing to do.
Okay, then that's
I think that's,
the answer then.
All right.
Good. Let's keep going.
All right. We talked about private utilities. I'm going to.
Alex had something he wanted to add.
Consider how we come up with the distance and, if we can do it not based on the single phase, so if they come up with the first phase is 15 lots, but in total build out might be 45 lots, so that would affect the calculation of the distance. And then, so if they bring forth a master plan, and give us the full build out of that parcel that we want to develop, and we don't produce a master plan, we do a calculation of the total build out based on the lot size, and then we calculate the distance based on that, in lieu of the master plan. And then how we measure the distance, is thinking maybe along the right of way, as you lay the pipe to get to the nearest point of the legit parcel. Because we have to have a way to make that measurement, so if it's 3,000 feet, how is that measured? So it's from the distant pipe to the property, but it has to be along the right of way where you just easement that, where you can actually.
And your first point was, if somebody has a very large parcel, but they propose one phase, then since there's not an overall master plan, you want to be able to assume a certain number of potential lots to be calculated right off the bat because of the potential of that property. Is that what you're saying?
Plan for the complete build out of the development, rather than just the single first phase of the development.
Right.
Because then that's really going to affect the need for the water supply and the calculation of the distance.
So if the subdivision is not a full build out of the property, then the lot number calculation would have to be figured based on the overall available land
Up to 3,000 feet.
up to 3,000 feet. Because once you max it out,
So
you,
that won't be hard to do.
right,
No,
yeah,
30
lots.
30 lots.
right.
It's just 30 lots.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's gonna become. Right.
So you're talking about pipe feet versus line of sight, is that what you're saying? So that's all he's saying, make sure it's not just a absolute, but an actual pipe. 3,000 pipe distance.
No, the cost it
3,000
does,
feet.
not the size, though. You stick it bigger.
Yeah, that's what he's, understood.
And then we'll measure into the parcel, that way it prevents them from putting the entrance at the other end of the parcel. And we do measure to the front end of the parcel. They gotta get it to the property.
We're measuring from,
All right, private utilities. Obviously, we've made the determination that we cannot completely restrict them, but one of the things that was brought up is how they are implemented and their connection requirements. The steering committee and staff and the consultant team recommended ensuring that private utilities are constructed to meet or exceed the county utility standards. Additionally, it mandates the extension of those utility systems to the external public right-of-way to allow for future connection. So it allows that opportunity for that public system to become, or private system become a public system in the future. Simple as that. Fantastic. The easiest one so far, because there's nothing that we're changing. Signs. All we did was take what we currently have in the UDO, which were, as I talked about, kind of simple tables that didn't have a lot of visuals. And it was improving the visuals of those tables, improving the examples of what those sign types are. So it's very clear, very understood, and then having those dimensional standards very clearly laid out to make it easier for anyone. Nothing changes. We just kept it as it was. Environmental, I think this is one that we had a little bit of discussion on, but it was something that I think we all came into a general agreement. Obviously, increased freeboard requirements, as we have currently in Nash County. It's 1 foot freeboard in regulated flood protection districts or zones. The recommendation was to increase that to 2 feet instead of 1, which is 100% in line with neighboring counties. Everyone else seems to do 2 feet at a minimum. Some do. If not, yeah.
But it doubles what we currently require.
Yeah.
But it is comparable or below what our surrounding counties do.
Correct.
So it's increasing the protection for our citizens and their property without exceeding what is required by our surrounding jurisdictions.
Yep.
And that's something that Commissioner Belfield asked us to look at specifically when we had our kickoff meeting.
It is to the bottom of the joist.
So it's the distance that the floor you stand on inside the house is. And so depending on your property, the federal government has an estimate for how high the 100-year flood is going to reach. And then currently you have to build your finished floor 1 foot above. This would force you to build it 2 feet above, which would give you additional protection. And it may even benefit you if you choose to purchase flood insurance, you might get a more favorable rate because you're higher above that standard.
Clarification? Yes, sir. So you're saying By us moving this to the 2 foot, we're still below what our surrounding counties are at.
A majority of the counties that we looked at were 2 feet.
And are
They
the
were-
counties that we looked at surrounding us in our same area, or are they other
I
counties?
think they were surrounding us, and I think the maximum that they had, there were some that had 4, but all of them had at least 2. That's what I recall.
And then what about the city of Rocky Mount?
Let's see if that was on the books.
And to the point you made about flood insurance, so the higher we are above that freeboard, does their rate go down if when they purchase flood
It
insurance?
probably depends on your flood insurance provider, but when you apply for flood insurance, you have to present a document called an elevation certificate. And we require you to produce that document when you build a home in the floodway. And the elevations, not the floodway, the floodplain. The elevation certificate documents how many feet above the base flood elevation you are. And the more feet you are, the more favorable it can be for your flood insurance rate, because you have less risk of sustaining serious damage to the home because the floor is higher.
And what's the cost difference in, far as in constructing a home, going from the 1 foot to 2 foot or to 2 foot?
There's
to
certainly
3 foot?
some, and I don't know how to quantify that.
The answer is maybe. It depends on the insurer, because I got a friend of mine, he's probably 6 feet, and his insurance, because of where he sits, which was one.
So it's based on your elevation as well,
He-
where you
I
are in
mean,
the
his-
floodplain.
His, house was 2 feet from the ceiling on the first floor.
Yeah, it's
So no matter how much freeboard he
above
had, he
that
was having a
elevation
problem.
level.
It's not based on where your ground is, it's based on where the
Right.
predicted flood level is, and then how many feet above that you
Right.
are. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Right. So obviously, if you're at the coast, I mean, the base
20
flood
feet.
elevation is way up here,
Right,
whereas in Nash County, it might be here.
right. That's our-
Second
I'm not-
easiest
I'm not
one,
reservoir, not
because we didn't change anything about administrative stuff. Planning board's the same size. Everything is voted the same way. We're not doing anything with that. Now, procedures, we did change some things based off of the recommendations. Obviously, one of the things that we talked about is improving the legibility of this. One of the things that we noticed with the procedure section was just that it was kind of a mixed bag as you go through. You're kind of following a trail that doesn't make a whole lot of sense in some situations. But what we wanted to do is kind of standardize that. We've been standardizing the language and streamlining that process, improving the visuals. So nothing is really changing in the general process, except for a couple things that we're going to touch on. But it's going to be very easy and simple to walk through the process and procedures for anything that you might have. So in line with that, it's improving the tables, making sure it's clear of who is the responsible party as far as reviews and approvals. So it's very clear sign permits are going to get reviewed by staff. That's not something that you all as the planning board or anyone of the commissioners is going to have to deal with. The big issue is the concern of by right subdivisions. Obviously, there is a common thing you guys talk about, having to see subdivisions constantly that you don't really get a lot of say in. They are approved by the standards of the ordinance, but you have the general public who is there and might express some concerns, and you can't deny them because they're not providing the things that the citizens are interested in, and you get stuck between a rock and a hard place. Obviously, all these other standards that we've talked about, the landscaping standards, the streetscape standards, the turning the homes in as part of that with its roadway stem, those requirements are there to help address these issues, so they're not something that gets stuck on you all. And with that, the goal is to remove the need for those by right subdivisions to come to planning board. But it's not like the planning board and commissioners will never hear about this. What it is clear is that TRC would have approval as long as it meets all the standards of the ordinance. They can approve them. Tyson and his staff
we'll ensure at the next planning board meeting and at the next commissioner meeting, you all are aware of what subdivisions are going through. It's not gonna be just a staff-led thing and you see subdivisions popping out of nowhere. But that is the recommendation based off of what we heard.
Yes, so what we're talking about right now is when the planning board gets a sketch plan that is not attached to a rezoning, and we always explain in our staff report that by law, this is an administrative approval, meaning that the planning board is not being asked what you think about it. The planning board is being asked to be a second set of eyes after me and my staff to make sure it meets the minimum requirements of the ordinance. We already don't take public input on it, because if we were to be swayed by public input, we could be sued by the developer. And so since it is an administrative determination, and the only way it can be turned down is if it doesn't meet the ordinance requirements, I would, maybe this is just my ego, but I would say that maybe I'm a better judge of the minimum ordinance requirements than the planning board.
No, I wouldn't say that's your ego, that's the
And
truth.
we don't
That's
need
the
to.
truth.
And
I
I
don't-
think
I
we
don't
could
think-
save some time as well as make it a less confusing process for the planning board and the public, because you're being asked to weigh in on something when it's not really your opinion we're asking for.
Right. I'm
And so-
100% behind that. I mean, as long as we get to see it, like your point, hey, it's coming.
Right, you get a monthly update.
Just like we do on the sketch plan.
So instead of having to vote on the sketch plan, when you really don't have much leeway to make a real decision, you would just receive a monthly report from me at the planning board meeting of what has been approved.
And it wouldn't go out for 600 feet to the public.
And
all
we
that.
already don't do that.
I know, for
So,
sketch plans.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this, if you and the developer do not agree,
Then there would be a
then it
way,
could go to.
correct,
that's
for
what
an
I'm-
interpretation.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm hoping there's not gonna be a whole lot of that, though.
There's a whole process for that.
Yeah,
So
hopefully it won't be much of that, though. It's gonna be pretty.
We already have minor subdivisions that are so small that they don't even have to come to the planning board now. And if me and a developer were to get into a disagreement, there's already language in there that allows that disagreement to be escalated to the planning board to be decided. So we would just keep that in place.
Cool. I like it.
this is another one that was rejected. It was the inclusion of an environmental impact statement. This would be something that would have been a cost on development, the development community, to require these types of larger assessments that determine groundwater, determine if it's affecting endangered species, things like that. Although you could steer them in one direction towards certain industrial uses, there's a lot of restrictions already that are having that. So it didn't feel like it was a need for those large residential developments to incur these costs.
I know we talked a lot about the data centers.
Yeah.
Do they come under those kind of scrutiny for, like the industrial does?
If they have to have any kind of air quality permits
Okay.
or groundwater permits or whatever they may have, that would all be handled by the state or the Fed.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Just to kind of to note on this one, it was something that, I proposed the idea of having, mildly put it, force the members of the TRC to present some additional information to make sure we're kind of addressing concerns from whether it be utilities or environmental health or anything like that. What was determined is that TRC has that discussion. They address all those issues, and it comes to planning board and commissioners with a recommendation based off of all of these opinions. And if there is something that is an additional concern as part of a rezoning process, that would be brought up, but it does not need to be an additional line item on a staff report. And same thing with this groundwater impact. This is again something that was part of the land use plan. If there's an issue that may be a concern, it's something that environmental health or if there's a DEQ representative on certain situations, that would be addressed as part of the TRC review. And then, guess what? We're getting to the very end. I saved definitions for last.
I like having definitions in the back of an ordinance so they don't cloud the entire front. But this was the conversation of major and minor subdivisions, which is that 4 lot or less is a minor, 5 lot or more is a major subdivision, and they would be subject to all those additional requirements of landscape buffers, be turned in from the primary road, the streetscape buffer, the utility extension requirements, all of that stuff would be subject to those 5 lots. And it would reduce the situations where you have what was currently within the ordinance that allowed a 9-lot subdivision along the road frontage that did not have utility extension, did not have roadway extension, to be just constructed as a minor subdivision. This is saying these 5 lots have to turn their homes in, have to do all the standards of the ordinance, even if it's let's hope it's not a 5-lot subdivision that has a cul-de-sac. Maybe they're doing 10 or more, all turned in, following the standards, improving the subdivisions that we're seeing in Nash County.
The only thing I would add to that is if you do a minor subdivision, which would now be 4 lots or less, you can do another minor subdivision, but you have to wait 2 years.
Which is already
in our ordinance for minor. So you could subdivide 4 lots along the road, and then you could come back 2 years later and subdivide 4 more lots along the road. But the idea there is that a serious developer is not going to commit to that bizarre timeline. And so if they are intending to do a significant number of lots, they're going to follow the major subdivision development process.
And with that, they would still be beholden to the standards of the lot width and just driveway separations, everything like that. So if it is on a major road and that's a concern, it's going to be addressed with those lot width requirements.
Right. So the big reduction is from 9 to 4.
Yep. This was a fantastic discussion. I appreciate you all going through all this process. The steering committee, you added 3 and some change hours to the amount of time you spent with me. I'm sorry for having to listen to me for this much, but I'm glad we had this. I hope everyone in the room, everyone on the boards, everyone understands the reason we're going through this stuff is to ensure that everyone understands what's happening. We are not hiding any of these changes. We want to have these discussions that are going to really affect what you all see. Cannot thank you enough. Cannot wait to continue our conversations at the next meetings.
I think that the only thing that we got substantial feedback on that needs serious work is the data centers. And so having said that, I feel like unless there's an objection, that I would be comfortable having a similar meeting with our development community and the public in the month of June. And I would invite all of you to attend that meeting as well, so that then you can hear their concerns, because they're going to have takes on it that we don't have, because they're looking at it from a different perspective. And so we'll keep you advised about that date. We will widely publicize it. But again, I would invite you to join us then so that you can hear directly from the development community and the public what their concerns are before we move into the next step.
Advising the way I talk through all this and maybe make it less than this amount of time. It's 78 slides, but I will make sure it's a shorter presentation.
Anything else from our planning board? All right, Adam, on behalf of myself and our planning board, our members of the steering committee, I just want to thank you for the work you've done on this. We've had some areas that we've obviously talked a lot about, some areas that we're still talking about, but I appreciate the way that you have helped guide us through that, because I think it has been a much smoother process than when we worked on our comprehensive land use plan.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that. And with that, I will adjourn the planning board.
Commissioner Nate.
Thank you for your work. I just wanted to ask the public comment session or sessions that we have, could at least one of those be held in the evening so people at work can attend?
Sure. Commissioner Howard.
Clarification as well from Adam. So you mentioned public input. Is there going to be one, or are we going to have multiple ones?
So we will have similar to this of me going through a full presentation. Obviously, again, I'm going to shorten it as much as possible to make it more clear, and some of these things will be delivered and open beforehand so they can see it. There will be that kind of open house discussion where we'll go through these things and then have the ability to talk. I'll have another member of my staff who will help to answer some of these questions. And then prior to the planning board hearing, we will also open up the opportunity for people to express their concerns.
So then that's two more opportunities for the
So
public to speak.
that's two opportunities that Withers of Ravenel is contracted to do. If the commissioners want to have more or have them in other locations, I would recommend you express your expectations to the county manager. They'll have to be staffed by me and my staff, but we can do as many and at as many locations as you determine is reasonable. But we're only contracted to have the consultant at 2 public meetings.
So-
But that doesn't mean that that's a maximum cap on the
So
number.
walk me through if you can. So we're gonna have at this time, 2 public input sessions. Then we're gonna have a public hearing on it at the planning board.
We're gonna have a public input session that is not unlike this, hopefully shorter, but instead of hearing from the board, we'll hear directly from the public and the developer. And then, prior to the planning board meeting, we'll have a drop-in session where members of the public can speak to planning staff and consultant staff about any questions they have. Then the planning board will hold a public meeting where they'll hear from any members of the public and the development community. And the planning board will make a recommendation, and then the Board of Commissioners will hold a public hearing where they hear from the public, and then we'll vote to adopt. Now, that's the shortest possible path. The commissioners may decide that they want to postpone their decision while getting additional information about X, Y, Z. But what I just described is the minimalist path to adoption.
Okay, so you see the planning, so once we do the public input and in the drop-in session, then you're gonna have a public hearing at the planning board. Do you
Right.
expect to take a vote that day on the Fordham Planning Board as well on these UDO?
Unless they decide that they need more time to make a decision.
And then it moves to the Board of Commissioners to have a public hearing and then vote on it the same day. That's the anticipated
And then
path.
when the Board of Commissioners votes on it, it would become effective.
Okay. And then, now you're not trying to do all this in June though, correct?
No, the only thing I'm aiming for in June is to have the version of this meeting where we hear from the public instead of the board.
And we're looking at holding that probably at the administration building in the
Somewhere
Commissioners
with a
room.
lot of seating and to
Commissioner
Commissioner
Leggett's
Leggett's
in the
point,
evening.
in the evening, so that people don't have to take off of work.
Okay. And most likely the drop-in session would be afternoon or during business hours.
We're thinking the afternoon prior to the planning board meeting, so that people could show up, ask their questions, and then stay around for the planning board hearing if they were concerned.
So you're looking consolidating the drop-in session with the planning board
Into
meeting?
one day. That's right.
Opportunity to discuss or ask questions or anything like that, we can address those early on to make it a little bit easier, hopefully, on the planning board, to address those concerns. Because if somebody just has the general question, we don't want to
And I'm
force that to be a long conversation.
assuming we're looking at like the 3rd or 4th week in June, so we'll give ample notice for
Yes.
people to.
Yeah, for the next drop-in, it would be in the second half of June.
Well, I want to thank everybody's patience, the planning board members and county commissioners' patience. As a steering member, we have taken 3 or 4 different meetings that lasted a couple of hours to go over all the information that you went over tonight. So commend yourself for your patience and your questions that you have given. And at this time, we had intended to, well, y'all have adjourned. You are welcome to leave. And our county commissioner board, we had planned to extend a few discussions. So we've had a number of members that have left. The wish of the board is to adjourn.
I would recommend, since we've lost 3 of our members, to be fair to them, that we move this to the June 1st meeting.
All right, I have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Question?
Yeah.
So we have a public hearing that's been scheduled for the June 1st meeting. How does the board wish to, are we not gonna have the public hearing?
Yes, we're gonna have a public hearing. So you want us to address those issues?
I'm not sure, what to put together for the public hearing, if we're gonna have a public hearing.
If there's a couple of pending items that are still up in the air, could those possibly be addressed very first in our meeting? And if need be, recess for a period of time?
I've heard from 4 of you.
Okay,
The 3 that I haven't heard from are sitting here right now.
okay.
So is there a way for us to get that feedback? Or does the board wish to do it in the same meeting?
I can give you my feedback. I support all of the items, and I also support the funding that Commissioner Leggett recommended for the fire departments.
Okay.
All right, well, we're gonna let all the commissioners make their, give you their decisions, all right?
I've already given my feedback
Yeah.
to Pam.
I mean, you can give it to, you don't have to give it to it, you can just give it to
Well,
it.
again, I think we're in jeopardy of violating general statute by taking consensus votes outside of the public. And since the three of the commissioners have already given feedback on something that should be discussed in public, I think it should be discussed in public. I don't think something looking at costing over $1 million and potentially more should be something that we answer in a yes or no email back in private. I think there's general statutes, and I would confer here with our attorney that's present. I believe general statute 143-3819 and general statute 143-3810, those things involving budget matters should be discussed in public, not emails, correspondences back and forth between commissioners. It should be open so that all the commissioners can know how each of those support those individual items. Plus, it should be able to be discussed amongst our constituents in the county.
I don't know what statute you were quoting, but, I mean, if you're just taking a consensus, you can do that in an open meeting, like you're in an open meeting.
Right, but I guess to bring you up to speed, there's been an email communication sent out to the commissioners asking us a yes or no vote on 5 items contained in our budget for fiscal year 27.
Well, if you consider that a vote, then you do have a problem, and it needs to be done in open session, which you could do right now.
But 4 of the members are not here.
Th-
3, excuse me. One's back.
Well, we still have a quorum.
You do? I mean, I think it's up to you guys to decide that right now.
It's, what are those 3, Madam, Manager, you have those 3 items?
It's 5.
5 those items?
I do. I have the
Let me see, if we wanna do that. Okay,
I do.
okay, so are you,
I don't consider this a vote till you do it on Monday. She's just gonna put something in the budget for a public hearing.
She's looking direction tonight so she can put her proposed budget together for Monday.
Right.
she has done a
But we know
budget.
we know what the amounts are.
Sure.
The amounts have been provided.
Sure.
So if,
Okay.
I mean, for the public hearing, does that ordinance need to be set for the public hearing, or can they, as a board, make these decisions at the beginning of the meeting Monday, and then when we hold the public hearing, I verbally state where we are with those budget numbers?
Because it's my understanding the budget can still change after the public hearing, correct?
Sure.
Sure, there'll be a vote after the
Yeah.
public hearing.
Yeah.
So,
I think you could do it the way you just suggested.
Okay. If
Yeah.
y'all are more comfortable that way, I'm fine doing
I would
that.
feel more comfortable having the full board present and having their positions known. And then I do have a couple of questions too in regards to some of these amounts that's on these questions that are sent out. They don't match what some of the departments have submitted. There's some discrepancies there as well.
Okay, so,
I would personally prefer, it's
we had the whole board present. That would be my preference.
Okay.
I think that would be fair. I mean, we could do it, we got a quorum, but I don't think it's the
Right.
right thing to do.
If we're gonna do it now, then it will be a formal vote on either without the other, even though they don't get.
I recommend you do it on Monday morning when all 7 of you are there. Before the meeting, and you'll just have to add those numbers to your proposed budget.
Okay.
If they vote on it.
Sure. Commissioner Howell, would you mind sending an email to the full board, including staff, letting us know what the numbers are that you're,
Yes, ma'am. It's the same ones
expecting
the
to
department
see.
had submitted, but yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to.
Well, you talking about anything other than the EMS square footage?
No, there's some discrepancies in some of the numbers on some of these items here that's been turned in.
Okay.
so instead of just adding the 150,000
There'll
to
be a
each of those
difference.
items, you want us to take it to exactly what was requested?
Or explain why we're not doing it, because some of the proposed budget numbers are actually less than the amount spent this year, fiscal 26. We're not even budgeting for 27 what we spent in 26, so we're not including any increases for 27. We're actually going the opposite way when we know, and a lot of this here is around the detention center, and the inmates are going to increase, not decrease in 27. All I'm trying to do is make sure we're reporting an accurate budget for the sheriff's department and detention center, and reducing the number of budget amendments we have to make throughout the year.
I think, we're looking at the total bottom line for those budgets, and the increase, the total bottom line for those budgets is over $1 million. We can provide those numbers. We know that budget line item transfers are allowed, and that's what department heads do when they need to move money around. If the board is not comfortable with an additional $1 million to those budgets, or whatever those numbers are.
Well, I just use one item on this page here specifically that's in question is inmate meals. The recommended budget for 27 was $550,000. The sheriff's department requesting $780,000. And that's based off an average cost of $10,570,000 a week. Currently $11,000 to $13,000 a week is what it runs. So they average that out to 12.6 for 52 weeks, is at $655,000, $200,000. With dorms 4 and 5 being adding on the capacity of 36 additional more inmates, that's $65,000 more. And then if you add the $65,000 to the $655,000, they're a little over $700,000, but we budget them for $550,000.
Again, department heads have the ability to do line item transfers to move money around.
So why would we
to put-
intentionally
To put more
not fully
money
budget?
in that line, can I go ahead and move money out of salaries where we know we're gonna have lapsed salaries to do that? Or do you want to add fund balance to this budget to get those lines where you want them?
I want our county budget to be a true representation of an operational budget. And if we're budgeting less money with anticipation of more inmates than we had last year, that's not a true operational budget. Now, how we get there, that's to be discussed, but I mean, I'm hearing there's no discussion going back and forth on it. This is what's been determined by the finance department and what they're going forward with.
I think what we would like in our discussion to be with the sheriff's office is if we increase those lines, that we also we lock them down. Like, those are not lines that they can move money from into other lines to make other expenditures,
You mean
right?
for
I mean,
medical
if
and
that's
provisions.
correct. For
Nope.
food
Those
and
are other-
provisions and medical services, that those lines would become just as untouchable as we have in the past considered like our salary line items.
Okay,
Um,
so we're gonna do this throughout the departments in every department in the county, or are we singling out just the sheriff's department? And number two, isn't a state requirement, isn't statute required to feed, to house the
Yes, sir.
inmates?
Yes, sir.
So-
What I'm saying is that the overall budget is over $1 million more than what they're currently budgeted for this year. We haven't come to you and had to ask for over $1 million more to fund what's being currently funded this year.
Well,
But
correction,
we're putting the money in the budget,
We-
especially in the salary line items.
we just did a
that we
budget
will be
amendment for
moving-
$620,000.
We'll be moving it out of there.
We've got another one for June the first of a couple $100,000, so that's $700,000 also. It's almost $1 million. Right there is just in two budget
Well,
amendments.
I'll need to look at the math in the morning to see exactly how much more we're budgeting in that budget for next
Right.
year.
So what I'm trying to say is we're moving the money anyway. At additional time spent by staff and department heads to move it. And we're not truly reflecting a true budget for that department. So all I'm asking is, if they're spending it this year, they've showed justification why they're gonna spend it next year, let's go ahead and budget it. That's all I'm asking.
All right, we said we was gonna cover this on Monday. So, item number one, the board already voted not to fund it at our last meeting. It was a 5 to, it was a 3 to 5, yeah. It was a 3 to 4 vote.
Chairman, my understanding was that the vote was for more information. And we have since gathered more information and sent it out to the board.
We had, we voted on that particular item, but we didn't vote on the rest of these items that you were talking about. I'm talking about, we voted on the number one item, and it was a 4 to 3 vote.
Mr. Chairman, we took a consensus vote with the understanding that from the manager at her recommendation, that more information would be provided. That information has been provided.
That information was provided, right? So,
And if we take a
That-
formal vote on
that-
this Monday,
we took a formal vote on on number one.
no, sir, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, sir, we
Madam-
didn't.
Hold on, Madam, Clerk,
It
Madam
was a
Clerk.
consensus vote. It wasn't a formal vote, it was a consensus vote.
I made the motion on that consensus vote. It was not a formal vote.
Okay, all right, well, all right.
And I'm perfectly willing to make a formal vote Monday,
Okay,
and I believe that number one will pass.
all right, I thought it was a formal vote. Okay, well, can we adjourn this meeting and then, we can move this discussion on Monday?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moving properly. Second, that we adjourn this meeting, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried, meeting adjourned.